Okay, hello and welcome. I am Ruki the Tanuki, and this is the Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. So I'm gonna, I think, perhaps, gonna do a tutorial bit, on adventure mode. Um, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go through, the basics of the thing. Because I don't really know everything there is to know about adventure mode, but if you want to learn a little bit of the basics, I will help you because more people need to play this game basically. Right. So I've already generated a world. We'll be using this one. I'll tell you why I've already generated one in a second. Okay. So what we're gonna do, one is we're gonna assume that we don't have a world. We're gonna just make a new one, okay? We're gonna just go through these and I'll try and tell you what they are. So, this is just like the physical map size. Medium is fine, it's pretty big. Large is pretty enormous, but you could introduce a little bit of lag in like highly populated areas. So, I would just keep that on medium until you know that you can put up the lag, because you're probably definitely gonna get lag. I would leave the history where it is, because it's a good balance number of years the world has been before you arrive, basically. Um, if it's too short, then there's gonna be too little like development in the civilizations, and if it's too long, then I think the necromancers and stuff are gonna like take over. Um, Number of sites is like the places that you can visit, so I like to put this on high or very high. Um, and number of civilizations is like the different groups of individual races that have like their own culture and currency and etc. So more is better, so I keep that on high as well. So number of beasts, I think that's about big boss monsters basically. Um just leave that on medium. Natural savagery, that's about wildlife like tigers and leopards, and I think that's the kind of thing we're talking about here. I just leave that on medium. And mineral occurrence, that like it's relevant for both fortress mode and adventure mode because it will affect how readily available don't mind me, I'm just like messing with a wire right now. How readily available various metals are in your world. If you have too little, then it might be, well, it will be a lot harder to find steel and stuff in your world, for example. So what we would do then is we would click create world, okay? Okay, my cable is fine. Right. We click create world, and it's going to use the settings that we just set in order to make it. Now, I'll show you the reason why I pre-generated a world. There's probably going to be a couple rejected worlds. No, it seems like it's happy with that one, so I'm going to pause it. You can click the pause button at any time. It's running through the history of the world. So this is the world that you generated. The reason why I've pre-generated a different world is because you can scroll around. If you pause the generation, you can scroll around, and what I like to do is I want to make sure that there is mostly like one big landmass. Like everything is mostly connected. Because one thing that doesn't exist in this game is like boats or like sea transport, you know? So I could use this one because like 80% of the world is like you can get to it on land. So this would be a good one to use. It'd be a good one to use. Maybe we keep it as a backup in case I can't stand the lag, huh? No, it's fine. Yeah, because the pre-generated one that I did, it's a large one, so we'll see how that goes with the lag, right? Okay. So when you have your world, um, you can select to start immediately, or you can, it says like keep the world and go back to main menu. So in that case, you would start it from here. But anyway, we're gonna load this one up. This is the large one that I prepared earlier. They take a little longer to generate too. Um, and we're gonna be doing character creation pretty soon, so we'll run through that quickly. Or well, quickly for Dwarf Fortress standards. So we're gonna be doing adventure mode, where you are one dude, typically, or you can make two. We might be making two actually. And it's you versus the world. You versus the world. Uh, yeah, fight monsters and things, right? Yeah, you can make your own. You can make your own like goals and stuff. Um, while this it does have a resemblance to a role playing game. You don't gotta worry too much about going in with a specific character in mind, because it's sort of like a two-way thing between you and the game. It's sort of you're working with the game to figure out what's going on, the narrative, weaving a narrative. I don't want you to like come in with a lot of very specific ideas and then realize 5 minutes in, oh wait, you can't actually do that. You know what I mean? So okay, what we want to do here is we definitely, in most cases, we want to pick chosen, because the most beginner friendly. It has a compass, which is helpful for navigation. You have a bit of a good reputation, or rather it's maybe easier to gain reputation, which is good for getting companions. And also you will have a god who will give you guidance on what to do and stuff. Um Even though it might not always be the best approach. Yeah, like, but they will give you some kind of guidance, and maybe even some assistance sometimes. Um so the actual difficulty selection here only pertains to the amount of like points that you get to invest in your stats and your equipment, okay? So you pick easy mode, is like dramatically like it's like 1,000 more equipment points, and it's triple the attribute points. It's insane. It's like pretty huge. Um, Maybe if you want to practice and stuff, you can go on easy, but like for any like proper adventuring, you probably don't want to do that. But yeah, we're gonna be picking normal mode and chosen, which is a good way to do it. Okay, so actual character creation. Let's start with dwarf. Now there are like racial differences. Pardon me, my cushion is falling as it always does. Yeah, let me get comfy. Okay, we good, we good. So dwarf is not the largest race. I think it's the smallest one out of the ones listed here. Um, but they're quite durable, and they have like what you call a martial trance, which will kick in when you are sometimes when you're in combat and you're fighting against massive odds. So if there's like a team of 8 people trying to kill you, he'll go into martial trance and get like massive boosts to his stats and stuff. So that's really cool. Um, no one really uses elf. They are bigger, but no one really uses them because they only really start with wooden equipment, which is garbage. Goblin is sometimes recommended for beginners because it doesn't require food or water. And I don't think they can die from old age either, but like if you're worried about dying from old age in adventure mode, I would say you're being very optimistic. There's not a lot of adventurers that die of old age, guys. So human is, you know, is your all-rounder. They're like average size, so it's easy to find armor for them. They're taller, so they're better with things like wrestling. And just being physically larger just makes you better in combat in general, I'm pretty sure. But dwarves are more durable and they get the martial trance buff, so it's the one that I favor. I think I would be making a second character as well, but we'll click on this first. Okay, we can't click on that until we're finished the first one, I think. Hello, random guy from Lithuania. We're doing a little bit of a Dwarf Fortress adventure mode tutorial, so get comfy. We're gonna do some learning about the game. So character creation, let's get to it. I'm just selecting, why is there, Arden, why is there only like one place I can choose from? Let me just check something. If you choose the chosen, sometimes it limits your ability to pick your ability to pick where you want to go. So now you can see that my options are like there's a lot more of them. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but I think it's got to do with like development and religions and stuff, because chosen implies that you're guided by a god or something. I'm going to pick Dwarf again, and as you can see, I have a lot more viable starting locations, so that means that there are, you know, like, whatever the god circumstances are in this world, it's only really good if we start in this town. Maybe humans have got more options, but yeah. Chosen, you get a lot less options of where you want to start and stuff, so it is what it is. So, we're starting in this place. We got our name, we got our gender. Occupation, I think you'd probably get more options here. Hearth person is a pretty good one to start with. Because what it does is it gives you someone to follow. Kind of like an employer who'll like tell you to do things. I don't think they actually pay you anything, but you get paid in reputation, which is very important in Dwarf Fortress. You got a religion. They worship the Cathedral of Spiders. They worship the Devil of Fiends, the human goddess of torture. Sounds lovely. Sounds wonderful. Okay, so yeah, hard person is you're gonna get told what to do. Well, you don't need to do what they say, obviously. And it only kicks in if you actively seek them out. But more on that later, when we're actually in the world and we can choose to talk to them or not. If you don't want to be a hearth person, then you can pick hunter, which gives you bonuses in your stealth and your archery as well. So that's also a very, very popular choice. But we're gonna pick hearth person for just a little bit more guidance in case we're stuck on what we want to do in the adventure. So it's a very good choice for your adventure. So let's get into attributes, okay? So the attributes are what are like the foundation for your character's skills and everything else. How good they are at everything. Oh, these are archetypes. Yeah, these are archetypes. So if you want to make it simple on yourself, what you can do is you can pick from one of these archetypes and they will automatically choose your attributes and skills. I don't recommend it. Or at the very least, what you would want to do is you'd want to pick one of these and then you click customize to make sure that, you know, the stats and things, they make sense to you, kind of thing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click blank slate because I like to customize it. And it's going to give me something completely blank here. And I can give you a rundown on some of your options, okay? So what we're gonna do here is, if you're gonna be any kind of combatant, obviously you're gonna want to have some core like combat related attributes. Obviously, like, being a combatant isn't the only way to play the game. You can like lean heavy into the role play. You can be a musician or a shopkeeper or whatever you want to think of. But you probably want to know a little bit more about the game, so that you know what's possible and what you find fun. You know what I mean? So I would say you probably want to make some kind of like combat orientated character for first time. So you definitely want strength and agility. Strength is self-explanatory. You hit harder. Agility, what it does is it makes sure your actions are quicker. Toughness is about how much damage you can take, I'm pretty sure. Endurance, yeah, that's stamina. That's stamina stuff. You're gonna want that. So you definitely want to have these first 4 skills for your core stuff. Now, you can't really tag very many of these. I only have like enough points to tag 3 more attributes, guys. And knocking down one of these, it only gives you like 1 extra point, so don't do it, okay? Don't do that. Okay. So what we're gonna do, how are we gonna spend there are only 3 more tagged attributes? Now, recuperation affects your healing rate, which is important. Disease resistance, I've never actually caught a disease before. Analytical ability, I think that's not really a combat thing. And a lot of this stuff, creativity, intuition is actually important. Willpower is also important too. Okay, we got to think about this, guys. We got to think. So if you want to worry about like all about combat stuff, you are also gonna want to do kinesthetic sense down here. Don't ask me what that word means. I don't know what it means, but I know that it's important for combat. Okay, so pick it if you want to be good at combat. Spatial sense also. Now we only have 5 points. We can only tag 1 more skill because they cost 5 points each. So for the last one, I would either pick willpower or I would pick intuition, but for me it's a no-brainer. I think honestly that one of the most important, well, probably the most important skill in the game is observation. It says effect skills minor. Maybe I don't want intuition then. I thought it had like a bigger effect on observation. Affects ability to remain standing while tired. I think I'll go with willpower. Willpower and intuition are important, but I think willpower is probably more important for me. Okay, so obviously this stuff is going to get more and more into like personal preference and what kind of character you want to build. But obviously I'm going to show you what I want to do here. You got your standard like different weapon specializations. There's a couple of skills you're going to want to have no matter what. Like you want to have 1 point in reader no matter what. And you want to have 1 point in swimmer. Swimmer. Here. Alright, you definitely want that. And the reason for that is because I'm pretty sure you can't learn either of these things after the fact. If you don't have like a basic understanding of it. I don't think you're gonna ever learn how to read. Actually, it might be possible to learn swimming later, but you don't want to enter a body of water with absolutely no swimming experience, trust me. Okay, so next up, the kind of character that I want to make is an unarmed first character. So, as I say, I think that Observer is probably the most important skill in the game, so we're gonna dump a whole lot of points into that. I'd say at least an 8 or a 9 here. Now, what Observer does, and why it's so important, is because when you're in combat, you're gonna be getting combat information, okay? ITR, welcome in, welcome in. We're learning a bit more about Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, tutorial time with Rookie the Tanuki. Hope you're well and everything. So yeah, you're gonna be getting combat feedback. When you're in combat, and basically it's gonna be stuff like, it'll say like, the dude is about to attack you. It was your birthday yesterday. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Did I forget to give you birthday head pats? I apologize. Late the late birthday head pats. Okay. But the thing is that Observer will give you more specific information and more actionable information about the attacks that are coming your way. You improve your Observer skill, it will say things like, the dude is going to punch you. If it gets higher than that, it will say, the dude is going to punch you with his right hand. If you get higher than that, it's going to say, the dude is going to punch you with his right hand in... Not, it's going to say imminently, or it's going to say in a little bit, or it's going to say... you know, it's going to give you a rough idea of the timing of it as well. So basically you will get more granular and actionable information about like what your enemy's going to do, which is super important, because the best way not to die in this game is not getting hit. So the more information you have about that is good. Speaking of not getting hit, we have a skill dedicated to that actually. It's called Dodger. And we are going to dump a bunch of points into this as well, obviously. So, minimum of 8 points for these guys, because they are super important. So, now we're getting into, like, your more personal stuff. You're more, like, well, you're building your character. So, you might want to invest in some, in like, whatever weapon you want to do. But the thing is, you're gonna gain that naturally. I would pick fighter skill first, honestly, because fighter, it actually increases the speed of learning for all weapons, I'm pretty sure. Even for like unarmed combat, I think it accelerates your learning when you are fighting. I'm gonna put it to 7. I only have 38 points left. You got to pay attention to how many points left you have. I'm gonna put some points in shield, because shield is another thing that allows me not to die, which is good in this game. Armor user, that's gonna increase passively. I'm gonna start thinking about my offensive potential. Now my guy is gonna be a unarmed specialist. So I'm gonna just like dump some points into Striker. I only got 9 points left. I might put like a little bit into Wrestler. The reason why I'm not putting like too many points into Wrestler is because dwarves are physically smaller. And being physically smaller has a direct impact on your effectiveness in wrestling. So taller races like humans, for instance, will always be better than you. And things like Mega Beasts don't wrestle those. They're much, much bigger than a human. I mean, there might be a way to get away with that, but I'm not privy to it, so, you know. I'm not an expert at this game. I just know that I've been playing it for the last, like, 10 days obsessively, so I can give you some heads-up information. I figure out what I'm doing with the last remaining points here. I'm not leaving 4 points on the table here. Yeah, do I decrease something by a little bit? Maybe put this on a... I can put this... Novice... I don't want to increase my reading skill. I could put this up by 6, and I could put like armor user up by 1, and that means I have all of my skill points used. So now we got our our attribute points and our skill points done. So we're just going to accept all of that. That's good. We're done. And we have an appearance up here, our character. So I'm good with that. All right. Okay. So this stuff is, wow. Right. So this is your character's mind. Okay. It is their personality. It is their mind. And a lot of this stuff is kind of inconsequential, but some of it is there's some important things to keep in mind. So when we talk about needs, this can actually have an effect on the gameplay of the game. Like, your dude will get depressed if you do not address his needs appropriately, okay? Now, slight needs will be very, very, very slow to come up, basically. But moderate needs are going to come up more often. And strong needs are going to be, like, something he needs to do, like, nearly daily, I would say. Okay, so needy characters can be difficult. They can be difficult. And you're not going to want to have, like, a depressed dwarf. So probably what you're going to want to do is minimize the neediness of your guy. So you can click randomize until you have, like, a lower number of, like, needs. And then you can customize it further if you want to prune some more stuff. So in this case, I'm gonna keep this, but I'm gonna customize it, okay? And I'll tell you exactly why. If you take anything away from this, I'll tell you the most important thing right now, okay? There are two skills, or there's two needs on this list that are very detrimental because you cannot actually do anything about them, okay? They haven't actually been implemented fully on adventure mode, okay? And that is be with family and be with friends. Never, never take a character that has this under moderate or larger because, as I say, it's not implemented. They will never consider someone else a friend and they will never meet their family. So, always remove these, always. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna go into full customization and look at this big scary list. Okay, but like, family and friendship is near the top, so we're just gonna click not applicable for both of those. Or we could even, like, make it lower, but I don't think that would make any difference. So, what we're gonna do, what are we left with? So learn something, that means they want to read. Now reading isn't gonna be something that you're gonna have access to a lot of, like books and stuff. They're not super common. It's really, you gotta, like, seek out a library if you want to find it. So, learn something, is probably something I want to remove if I can find it on the list. Knowledge, put that to normal. Okay, that didn't affect it. Okay. There can be a little bit of guesswork with, what it is that affects, the thing. Maybe his abstract thought is the thing we're looking for. I think maybe I'll just randomize this again because I can't find what it is. I usually just click this until there's, like, one where it's like 5 or 4 skills, like it is right now. Stay occupied, okay. It would be really good if there was, like, tooltips that told you what the fulfillment requirement was for these needs, but it is what it is. So we're gonna take off family and friends here. Practicing skills. You know, like, sometimes, like, a good approach is just to, like, zero all this stuff out and put something that's easy to fulfill in. Like, if you're gonna do that, then I would use it with merriment. Merriment is a good one for fulfilling. And fulfilling your needs is actually something that helps your character quite a bit. So I'm gonna give him make merry and craft object as his core needs. Not really sure what stay occupied does. I think that's probably an easy one to do though. I'm gonna bring skill down because I don't want my character to be too needy. I think having these 3 needs will be fine. So yeah, I would have a maximum of 3 moderate needs. And never ever use family or friends. Because your guy's gonna be depressed forever. You don't want that. That's depressing. Okay. So how are we gonna spend our equipment points? That's the last thing we want to do here. Again, because you have a pretty strong sense of what your character is, a lot of this stuff is gonna be personal to you. But I guess just get rid of what you don't want as a starting thing. I don't need a halberd right now. I'm gonna get rid of these clothes for the moment. And the buckler. Okay, here's a tanuki tip. A tanuki tip. No, lose the water skin. Okay, lose the water skin. You don't need no water skin. And the reason for that is you can put water in like a lot of different containers. I'm gonna put armor on them, ITR, okay? Like I got better things to put in those slots, okay? You wanna quiver and use the quiver as the water skin, okay? The reason for that is because you can hold 20 units of water, 20 servings of water in a quiver. Which is a lot more than you can in a water skin. So, yeah. Remember that. Do that. It's a good thing to do. Do not get rid of your backpack. You always want to start with one of those. They're kind of hard to find out in the wild. And, your pouch is for small things like coins, and it keeps your carving knife in it as well. Which you'll need for butchery and stuff. So, always start with a knife too. Although if you don't start with a knife, there's ways around it, but, you know, it's more convenient just to start with a freaking knife instead of trying to make your own, you know? Anyway, so what we're gonna do, we need to clothe our character. And because you're making a combat character, you're gonna want protection, so the most important places to protect on your body are your head and your torso. So you're gonna want good helm to protect your head, okay? You're also gonna want probably one of these, either a mail shirt or a breastplate, okay? Because you probably can't afford both of them. So just pick one, okay? Mail shirt is slightly lighter, I believe. It probably is like geared towards specific kinds of strikes as well. I don't know. I'm gonna give him the mail shirt. Because my character is kind of, you know, dodging, evasive type guy, so I think it makes more sense, doesn't it? So, prioritize this stuff. It'd be a good idea to probably also bring something for your legs too. I'm gonna go with the chain leggings. We're running out of points here, as you can see. I can't keep going with the iron stuff. So what do we want to do here? Being barefoot and, like, leaving your hands bare isn't the worst thing in the world. Trying to think if there's anything that I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, shield. Dude, shield. This is, well, this is specific to my character. Obviously, shield is not mandatory, but, dude, do you want to live? Do you want to live? I want to live, so I'm gonna bring a shield with me. I'm an unarmed guy, but having a shield at the early stages, well, I mean, having a shield period is good for the entire game. But also you can do shield bashes at the start of the game because your punches aren't going to be very strong. So yeah, okay. We only got 40 points left, so we got to be careful about what we're spending on our stuff on. Okay, let me put in, you can do a search in here. You click on here and you can do a search. I'm gonna maybe consider putting a crutch in here. And the reason for that is if you for whatever reason lose the use of one of your legs, then you're gonna want to have a crutch, okay? So I would like to bring one of these just in case one of my legs gets damaged. Or my leg gets broken or something. And in terms of like the rest, I think I'm probably good. I don't think I want to buy any more meat. I can do my own hunting. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and this is what I recommend too. Is you want to get like gems. Go up here and use your remaining points on gems. I don't know why it's not coming out as gems. Maybe if I put in cut. No? Small cut gems? Oh, it costs 40. It costs 40! No! I want to bring my crutch with me. I don't want to... I just gotta not break my leg, huh? Just gotta be careful not to break my leg. We're gonna bring an onyx with me. The reason why we're doing this is because different civilizations have different currencies, and it can be a headache to carry different currencies and coins and stuff. So gems are valuable to everyone. That's it. You can use this for trading no matter what. So always carry gems. Always carry gems. If you don't want to mess with the local currencies. If you had any more remaining points, then you could pick a pet right about now, but I don't, so that's fine. But you can pick all kinds of things. Another Tanuki tip, don't bring a pet, okay? Do not get a pet. Do not get a guinea pig. Don't get anything that's not intended for combat because in this game, your animal familiar will always be fighting for the death in combat situations. There is absolutely no way to prevent that. So even if it's a freaking hamster and you're running away from a colossus, the hamster is going to try to freaking like rules of nature on the colossus, and it's going to be not pretty. Just don't bring a pet. Don't get a pet until they put in a way to like restrain your pet and tell it not to do stupid things. So now you would click ready to adventure, but I want to pick another dude. Actually, I'm not. I was gonna make another character, but I think I'm good with one. It's the simplest approach is to go with the solo adventurer for combat and stuff. So we're good on character creation. Let's continue. And like I say, this is a large world. You probably created a medium world, so your game isn't going to be as laggy as mine inside of towns, I would say. That's the trade-off for a large world, is there's more people and such largely populated areas are going to be laggier, and that's that. So just factor that in when you're doing world size. Okay, so we're gonna get into controls and stuff. This is bringing up tutorial now. We may as well go through it while I'm doing this instructional. You can move the camera. Typically, we're gonna use the mouse. Clicking with the mouse. You can move the camera vertically. By using the mouse wheel, as it says. And then recentering, you can click that or you can press V. Okay. So usually when we use zooming, I usually just hold down control and then use the mouse wheel here. Every creature in adventure mode moves simultaneously. Once you initiate movement, play will advance until you can move again. The duration of movement depends on gait, injuries, etc. Okay. Easy way to move is to click. It's not the only way to move. I'll show you another way to move in a second, but yeah, you can left click to move, and then you can right click for a context sensitive menu if you want to do that. That's not usually how I move, but it's one way of doing it. You can make yourself prone by clicking this or pressing S. Okay. Movement. Okay. So we open this by pressing M or by clicking on it. Gotcha. Numpad. See, this is typically how you move in these kind of games. is by, if you want to, I don't know if you don't have a numpad, then you're probably out of luck. Get a numpad, okay? What are you doing? But yeah. Menu overview. You can press Z and to view your character status, okay. And learning all of these shortcuts is gonna be beneficial. It's not like 100% necessary because you can click them all. Pretty much everything you have a hotkey for, you can click it. Well, most of the essential ones. Shift Q to display log. Okay, I to interact. And no, I for your inventory. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna explain this stuff by myself, so I'm just gonna quit out of this for now. If you wanna follow the in-game tutorial, you can do that. But for now, I'm gonna be your guide. Now, speaking of guidance, because we chose the chosen character creation. I hope you can excuse me. I'm a bit snuffly because of the season, I think. But yeah, he's gonna be telling me what my god wants of me, and it's usually assist the priest in acquiring an artifact of some kind. So right now they're telling me that I gotta seek out a specific person in the Cathedral of Spiders, okay? You'll have to leave this settlement, okay. So as you can see, the quest thing is up here. This is the kind of guidance that you might not necessarily get if you pick like the opposite of chosen. You might not get like I know you won't get this compass, and you might not even get these quest pop-ups either. So yeah, always pick chosen or the middle one, I would say. But yeah, it says east. E for east is where that quest person is. So that's one thing that you could do. You don't have to engage with what your god wants to do right now. And for the moment, I'm not going to. What I'm gonna do is, well, I'm clicking right now so I can move. Normally I use the numpad, but okay. So what you want to do here is this person with the crown. I'm assuming they're the person who runs this. You can mouse over them though, and I'll tell them who they are. It says the human Pac-Man, so that's not actually someone who runs this place. So I mouse over this person. It says High Cupbearer Los Sazimuriel. So High Cupbearer is a fancy title, so they might actually be in charge of this place. So we're going over here because they have a fancy title, and this is where we started. What that means is we're probably their hearths person. Because they're basically our employer right now. And I'm pretty sure it means that you can sleep here as well if you wanted to. So you can open the talk menu by pressing K on your keyboard. It's probably not a good idea because it doesn't actually list the person. You can click on them, get context sensitive menu, or you can press L. L is a pretty useful key where you can basically do anything on something that's visible, and you just click it and it gives you the context sensitive menu if you want to do it that way. So I'm going to click A on my keyboard because as you can see the options are keys on the keyboard. If you're a touch typer, it's going to be useful here. So you can greet everyone you meet. You don't have to. If you just want to get to the point, you can press B. They won't take it personally. So let's see here. I'm looking for an entry that says offer services. Offer services? It doesn't say offer services here, which suggests they're not actually my employer. Where is my employer actually? Opera services? What do you mean? I'm not an opera singer. Why is this place got so many spider webs down here? Gross. A big empty room down here. So what I'm doing here is, you want to look at your numpad. To move up and down staircases, you press Shift and 5 to go up, and Control and 5 to go down. Okay, that's important, because otherwise you might find yourself stuck. So yeah, go up the stairs by pressing Shift and 5. It seems like neither of these people are my employer, even though that other one has a title. That guy's a merchant, so he's not my employer. It's not usually difficult to find them. They're usually in the room that you start with. But yeah, sometimes you gotta go looking for people too. Because, you know, they got their own life and they can move around and stuff. So if I wanted to look at this statue, I can just press L and then go over, press enter. And it'll tell me more information about the thing. A native silver, a statue of a human. The item is made of a human in native silver. So there's no specific humans. Sometimes it'll tell you it's a specific person. See if this one is of a specific person. Nope, just a human. Okay. Sometimes it's a specific historical figure. So the human tamer Gisep Bechdel. It's such a joy to be with people. You're gonna hear a lot of chatter in like populated areas, and that's fine. So again, we're just mousing over these people and seeing if they have anything, if they are actually my employer. It's not the end of the world if you can't find your employer. You can just find a different position if you don't want to deal with it, or you can't find them or whatever. It's not the end of the world. Besides, you're a chosen. You can choose to you know, serve your god or whatever. Like, this dude isn't my employer. He doesn't have a title, surely. No, they always have like fancy titles. And it's different for like every world, because like, well, every world is different basically. Human high cup bearer. I think we talked to this guy already, didn't we? I think we did. The Chamberlain. No, I don't think that would be them. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter all that much. There's more people standing here. That's okay. That's okay. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Especially if you're playing as a chosen, then you can just follow the game's instruction and go to the temple to meet this person that they suggested. So that's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna go over there. I'm using the numpad. So use your numpad to walk, or you can click if you really want to. Okay. So look on the... Oh, do you feel the pull? You sense the direction of my representative. Okay. So we're gonna go over there, and we're gonna see what our god wants us to do by walking through here. This is the lag I was talking about. There's like settings in your options, by the way, where there's an experimental option where you can enable multi-threading, which I would highly suggest for making lag a little bit less of an issue. But you get a large world like this, then you know, all bets are off. It's a super like CPU intensive game. So you know, unless you got like a really good CPU, you're gonna be bottlenecked when you're doing a large world by your CPU basically. But honestly, when you're navigating towns and cities, you're usually using this screen, which is when you want to travel long distances. You usually travel like this anyway. You only really zoom in like this when you want to find something or someone in particular. Generally, I should explain how I'm doing that. It's like Shift T to enter to enter the travel mode, as it's called, and you can see like zoomed out, and you can travel faster and stuff. So, and then you press D if you want to go back down. Okay, so it says SSE, so that means it's south southeast. We're going into this temple here, which is where the representative of my god is. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna need to find a staircase, because it says there's also an arrow if you look up there, which means they're above me somewhere. This is an upward ramp, which is functionally the same as a staircase, except you sort of go up it automatically. Upward and downward ramps might be a strange thing to wrap your head around. You want to visualize how the Dwarf Fortress world is. It's kind of like very, very thin layers of dirt or whatever, okay? You want to visualize like maybe wafers, okay? Like thin wafers of terrain, and between the wafers are like staircases or ramps. And what a ramp does is, from your current place, you can have a downward ramp indicated by this triangle, which will take you to the lower wafer, and you can have an upward ramp which takes you to the higher wafer, okay? It's kind of a weird thing. It is kind of a weird thing to wrap your head around. And also, I will draw your attention to these things up here. If you can see my cursor up here, you click on this triangle button if you want to toggle on the triangles. That just shows you in a more obvious way where the ramps are, okay? You turn that off, you can sort of see that it's some kind of slope, but it's not always obvious what they are. So I like to keep that on. So it seemed like we still need to go up, so we're gonna go up this ramp as well. Okay, we found the guy. So I think this is the dude. The absolute spider, Melgam Galsicari. Okay, let's talk to this guy. Patient, confident. Okay, so this is what I was looking for earlier. I don't think this is the dialogue option I was supposed to be looking for before, but it's something similar when it's like a hearth-person relationship. This is different because it's sort of like a talking to a priest, holy duty kind of thing. So we're gonna click offer your service, and in any case, it'll be something similar if it doesn't say that. You're hereby charged to retrieve the Elder Cloud Staff from Mind Split for the Terrible Doctrine. Okay. Okay. So now, like, my quest has changed, and it will tell me the exact location. Well, it'll tell me the rough location of where the thing is. If you go to the travel mode, and you follow this south, then you will find the thing. But I don't recommend you do that. I really don't recommend that you make that your first thing, because the main quest line, the holy quest line is very, very difficult actually. You're gonna fight like enemies with steel, and stuff like that. So I don't recommend it. I recommend you do a bit of training first. There is sort of like a recommended order that you engage in things in combat in. Like you want to start with wild animals, like dogs, and then maybe horses. Probably don't want to start with horses because horses have got a very strong kick that can kill you in one hit, basically. Then after that, kobolds. After that, goblins. And then you're talking about humans and dwarves, other dwarves. When you have a bit of training, a little bit more combat experience. If you skip ahead, then you just increase the odds of you dying. Um, Also, another way to extend your life is also to recruit people, which I'm not going to be doing at the moment, but all you would need to do is you'd probably want to go into the castle. I'm not going to do that right now, but what you want to do is you want to click on them, right click, and then engage them in conversation, and then you would find the option for ask listener to join you. This is what you would click on this, and then you would click on join me on an adventure. But you probably want to do that with like a strong soldier type, okay? Um, do I want to go over bartering right now? Suppose we better while we're here, right? Now, because you brought a gem with you, or a couple gems, you won't go to worry about like you won't go to worry about like currencies and stuff, because everyone finds gems valuable. Just don't make sure you're not overpaying for things. It's a good idea to like try to lowball them, but generally you start with at least a little bit of local currency. If you have any spare equipment points that you didn't spend, then it will be converted to currency. So basically, oh my gosh, look at this guy over here. What are you? There's another one over here too. What is this guy? The Moody's Eye Merchant. Very exotic race. 255 years old. Wow. Unusual guy. Unusual guy. Wonder what his origin story is. Anyway, so this is a public market which you can find deals on. So we're gonna talk with him. Whether you're in a shop or if you're in a market, this is the approach that you want to take, okay? There's basically 3 different approaches to buying things. Maybe 4 different approaches, because you can also buy in a fortress. But let's start with this one. We're in the market, and we're gonna just bypass the greeting, because that's not considered impolite, okay? To do that, so don't worry about that. And then click on trade, or press the corresponding letter. And you can tell like the kind of stuff they're selling sometimes by the container they're standing next to. This guy seems to be selling weapons and stuff. Dwarfs are always best for weapons because they stock things in steel, which is one of the more important factors. Also, you want to notice that this How's my cursor? Okay. The helm here, you see the helm has like a little dash here, might be hard to see because of the font, but there's a tiny little dash there. You will see items that have like forms of punctuation on either side of the name of the item, okay? Now, what that means is this is better. What you're probably going to want to do is you're probably going to want to find the legend for quality indicators, okay? I think minus is 1 step above the plane, and if you have pluses on either side, it's 1 step up again. And I forget the rest. I need to have like the key in front of me, but there's specific punctuation which will show you exactly what quality tier this is and how valuable it is. It's also will tell you, as it says, this is well crafted, okay? If you click on the little spyglass, the little magnifying glass, it'll tell you. This one will say, it is a large iron helm. And this one will say, well crafted. Okay. Another important thing is, it says large. Pay attention to this. Don't buy things that say large, and don't buy things that say small. Because they are large and they are small from your perspective. It means that it's too large for you or it's too small for you. If I buy this, I'll find that I can't put it on because it's size for a human. It's 1 size category larger than me. And if it said small, it would be size for probably a kobold or something. Do not buy anything that, well, unless you know what you're doing. Unless you have like another party member or someone you want to give this to who is like larger than you. don't buy large things because it won't fit you. Don't buy small things either. But yeah, that's one of the approaches to buying things. Another approach is you can go to one of the shops, okay? What you want to do is if you want to do some shopping in some businesses, then you want to look at the top right here, just above my head here. This is telling you the important things that are in this square. It's very useful for going through castle towns and seeing what is available. So it says woven clothing shop. So if you wanted to, you could come down, you could have a look at the woven clothing if you cared about that. Food imports, leather shop. You finished the maternal? Good, good. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. And there's also a well here. Wells are kind of important. Okay. So what we do here is you played it a second time on Nightmare? Jeez. That is good. Well done. So when you're next to a well, I'm gonna tell you that you're gonna need to monitor your water and your food intake. Well, not monitor it, but you know what I mean. You're gonna want to have food on you, and you're gonna want to have water on you, and you're gonna want to make sure that it's not been too long. You're looking at my ears. I guess my ears are a little on the cute side. You're allowed to look at them. Right. So what you want to do here, either right click on it, or you can, press the L key and then do that. So we're interacting with it. I think there's a dedicated interact button as well. I don't remember it currently. You want to lower the well bucket, and then you want to raise it, because that's how a well works. And now we got water in there. So what we're going to do now is we can right click it again, and we can do fill osprey leather quiver. And now I got a whole bunch of water. I think it actually I can hold 20. I can hold 20 in here. So let's, I think the bucket only tends the bucket only contains 10. So I'm gonna fill it again. And now I got 20, which is the maximum that my quiver can hold. I did not play that. Jumbo Scorpions. We're doing a tutorial at the moment for Dwarf Fortress. So now we go to water. And also if you left the food at default for embarking, you'll also have a little bit of meat as well. So that's good too. So let's say that we want to do a little bit of shopping in a shopkeeper's shop here. We want to go in here. You can check out the sign to see what kind of shop it is. It's a general import shop, so it contains all kinds of things that wouldn't necessarily be found in this area, region, or racial cluster, I suppose. You might find elven things. Okay. Maybe culture is a better word. Okay, so there's these two merchants here. You're looking for the merchant who owns the shop. So we're going to start a conversation with him. You can press the letter keys for this stuff. It's faster that way, obviously. And then just like before, we're going to click trade here. Sometimes this happens. Don't ask me why. Maybe it could be the wrong merchant that I clicked. It could be the other merchant that owns the shop. Or sometimes it just doesn't work. I will be 100% transparent with you. Sometimes, for whatever reason, the shopkeepers don't want to sell anything. But nevertheless, if you want to sell something to them, then you can ask for currency. You can see how much money they have on them. And it's going to say, ask for how much. Let's say I want 181 of, that's like the unit of value, okay? It's not number of coins. It's value. The coins have a specific value. So this is the raw value number that he's gonna give me if I sell something that's of that value. So if I sell him like one piece of meat, because I don't think that's very much money, and I click trade, he's going to be happy with that because probably he is giving me not enough money. He's going to give me some coins to make up the difference, okay? He gave me silver coins and he gave me copper coins, okay? That's local currency, so that's only regional. That's only going to be useful here. So bear that in mind. That's why gems are more valuable, okay? And also crafts. If you make some crafts, that you can sell them anywhere as well, and they retain their value. So, some of the other ways that you can trade with people, you can go to a fortress, and you can go to the trade depot and trade in exactly the same way that you saw here. But the also very important Tanuki tip, okay? This one's super important. If you want to get good gear, like for example, if you want to get steel gear or like super well-crafted, valuable gear, dude, that can be hard to find, okay? That can be hard to find. You gotta find some quality dwarves that have like a full set of steel armor for you. And you can't always do that. You can't always do that, so I'll show you what you want to do. If you're in the market for some good steel gear, and you can't find dwarfs that are good enough, go into a castle like I am now. We're gonna walk over here to a castle. Now, you can't like trade per se, or you can't like buy per se from people who aren't merchants. I'll show you what happens if you do that. I'm gonna find someone who's armed. The reason why we're in a castle is I'm trying to find someone who is well armed, okay? Pretend this dude has some sick steel armor that you won, okay? If I speak to this human lasher here, and I say, I want to trade with you, okay? He's gonna say, you should probably try a shopkeeper, okay? That's because you gotta pick a different option. You gotta pick a different option. You can't use the trade option with everyone in the game. That's exclusively for merchants, okay? What you want to do is, well, first of all, you want to look at him. You want to look at him so that you can actually see what his stuff he has, okay? This dude has a plus iron whip, which is finely crafted, which is better than the minus ones. Maybe you want a whip. Maybe that's what you want, okay? Let's assume that you do. Maybe it's steel as well. Maybe it's steel. So what you want to do instead is you want to pick this option that says exchange, give, take, or show, okay? You can do this with most sentient people in the game, okay? Choose this. It'll bring up the same training menu. And you can just take his stuff. Dude, you can do this with enemies. If there's an enemy out there who's dangerous but hasn't identified you as a threat yet, you can actually buy their weapon from them, right? You can do that. You can actually do that. But yeah, that's getting into the combat stuff. We haven't touched the combat stuff yet. But yeah, it's the same as always. You just like, it's a bartering system. You want to click what you want, and then you want to click something that you're offering. But yeah, I don't want to whip, so it's fine. So one more thing before we get into combat. One other super important thing that you have to learn, and it took me a while to learn this. It was a lot of headaches and frustration, and but I figured it out, and it's really not self-explanatory. And that is like how taverns work. Okay, there is functional taverns in the game. Also, save your game frequently. The game isn't as bad for crashing as it was, but it can still happen. So save as often as you can. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to tavern, and we are going to have a drink, and we are going to we're gonna sleep in their room for a while, okay? And then we're gonna pay. Sounds simple, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it sound simple? It's not. Well, it's simple when you know. It's simple when you know. Okay, so we're gonna move around. Remember, shifty to enter this. To zoom out and move a little bit faster. We're looking in the top right to see what we're nearby. So that blue thing is the shrine of the religious area. We find something else. I don't know what the shove of luxuries is. The special candy. The special candy of the shove of luxuries. They could both be taverns potentially. The only way we're gonna know for sure is if we go back down by pressing D and look around. Look around on the ground. You can get to their rough location on the Shift T menu. Or the Shift T view. But then you actually gotta do a little bit of legwork to find the place. I'm not really sure what this place is. What is this place? Goblin Clothier. What is this place actually? I wonder if I have the option. Look down if you're curious about a place, look down the dialogue options to get more information. I want to ask what this place is. I don't know if it's going to be available because these can change depending upon context. Inquire about listener's profession. I would give anything to be away from here. I can't stand the boredom. Dang. It's weird though because they don't have a sign out front. There's a lot of useful options, like you can ask about the site's neighbors and trade partners. Elder Strix trades directly with no fewer than 4 other major settlements, including Fish Whisperers. There are 9 villages that use the market here. You can ask about troubles, which is another important one. If you want to see if there's anything that you can assist them with, basically. The world is safer for travelers when night creatures no longer stalk the darkness. The murky phantom is in the Torrid Hills. Seek this place if you hunt Kulur, Tombs Died, the Grave of Shadows, the Gloom Crone. Thank you for head pet. So the thing is that these quests, they vary in terms of difficulty, and also they don't really come up with their own quest card in the top right. You have to sort of like, you gotta follow up and figure out more information, okay? So you gotta press them for more information. So I'm gonna press K on my keyboard to continue the conversation. You can right click on them if you really want to, but it's faster to press K. And now there's different options. I can ask for the whereabouts of this thing. It's in the Torrid Hills. So if I want to, I can ask for directions to the Torrid Hills. Now? Not always, though. Not always. It can take a little bit of trial and error or asking different people to get specific information if you wanna hunt down a creature, but that's okay. Let's see if there's any other dialogue options that we wanna look at before we leave this place. If you want to change the subject, just go to the bottom and click change the subject. Important stuff, let's see. You can ask about surrounding area. Ask about the structure you're in. This is the Shove of Luxuries. In the late summer of 87, Ked Wiltfrills purchased the Shove of Luxuries in Elder Tricks. So it doesn't really tell us what it's for. I still don't really know what the purpose of this building is. Interesting. Little bit of intrigue is good for the roleplay stuff. And then this is all like conversational stuff, which is good for if you want to be a more social character. and manipulate people through words. Another thing about reputation, it's not really important until you've killed something. Okay, let's imagine, for example, that I killed the monster that they were talking about earlier. Dude, it is Tanuki tip, super, super important that you bring up specific incident. You wanna remember who it was you were supposed to kill. Go to a crowded area like a tavern, brag about it. You want to brag about it. You want to go in here, put the name of the person in here that you killed, and then tell them all about it. This is freaking reputation. Listen, reputation is not automated, okay? It's important and it's not automatic. You have to tell people. You have to brag. You got to go into the public square, go into the tavern, tell your story. You got to tell people. It's important. So do that. Do that when you do something significant. It's an important part of the loop and progression in the game. I want to know where this freaking place is. I don't know where this place is other than it's a yellow thing. What is this place? I'm exploring it. I want to see. If nobody knows you exterminated the tree in the forest, nobody knows. Exactly. Oh, okay. Dude is here? Who are you talking to? Human Hammerman. I think that's a conversation we're hearing from downstairs. You can actually hear conversations from, like, above and below sometimes. I guess this is just someone's little house. I think this might just be someone's little house, guys, honestly. Or maybe they're planning on doing something with it down the line. Maybe they want to fill these pedestals with stuff that they find. Maybe they're explorers or collectors and they're going to use those pedestals to display things. The fact that they don't have a sign outside means that they aren't. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? They're not going to take offense. They're not going to take offense to me walking away from the conversation. They don't take things that seriously. We were looking for a tavern, I believe. Okay. I wanted to. The Shovel of Luxuries is not a tavern. That much is clear. The special canning. It's got to be the tavern. It's a castle town. Like almost always has a freaking tavern. So. That's the Shovel of Luxury. So the big yellow building, mysterious yellow building. A lot of conversation happening in here, but it's usually a good indicator that it's a tavern, but it's not. It is only the rough location that you get when you're in the Shift T mode. It's only like the approximate location. So sometimes it's helpful to zoom out a bit. Oh, there you go. There you go. I see it now. All right, let's zoom back in. Let's zoom back in. We found the tavern. Look, guys, we found it. All right, this is a nice sized tavern, actually. Right. First thing you want to do. Okay, let me preface. Let me preface, actually. If you look on the bottom left of my screen, you see a thing that says DF hack. If you're not familiar with this, you're going to want to have this. It's more crucial for Fortress mode. Everyone should install this when you install Dwarf Fortress. Install Dwarf Fortress, then install DF hack on the same drive. And what it does is just a whole bunch of quality of life stuff that you're going to want to have. Specifically for adventure mode, there's only really one thing that you're going to need most of the time, and that is the journal, okay? When you have DF hack and you have adventure mode, press Ctrl J, and this is your journal. And you can put in you know, journal entries and stuff. And it says like you can use specific punctuation to make headers and stuff for navigation and organization in your journal. But typically what I would do, I would use a journal for, there's a couple of important things, is I would say, I'm looking for, uh, Stinky Goblin boss. But then I would put in, like, the person's name. It's just so I remember. Other things that you'd want to do is I killed the bronze colossus big butt. Kill his big butt, because then you want to know the specific name, or you would say I stole something from, you know, X location, right? If it's a significant event, you are probably not gonna remember the specifics. Use the journal as a journal and objective list while being specific so you don't get lost. Yes. It's for two things, really. You want to use it for your own personal roleplay reasons. You want to use it for you remembering things. And you also want to use it so that you can brag about it later. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is socially in this game to brag about things, to increase your reputation. If you are a nobody in this game, people aren't going to listen to you. All right? You're a chosen, and that gives you a little bit of an advantage. It gives you a big advantage, actually. But, plenty of people are just going to ignore you. Like, who the heck are you? I don't care who you are. But if you go to enough taverns and you say, oh, yeah. You know that stupid goblin that's been leading raiding parties on 4 neighboring villages and killing people and stealing things? I killed that dude. Then you brag about that in various towns. People start to respect you, especially if you go into a castle. You find out what's their problem. You say if there's any trouble, and they tell you specifically, there's a dingo man that came over here and ate my baby. Right? And then you go kill the dingo man. And obviously you come back there and you tell them that you did it. And you go to the tavern, you brag about it. It will improve it will improve your reputation, and then your employability as well, if you want to get into that as well. Anyway, back to the tavern stuff. So the tavern is a good place to learn stories, share performances, gather information, brag about stuff, get drunk, and to safely sleep as well. But the very first thing you want to do, also probably something I'd use in the journal too, is identify who the tavern keeper is. Important. You can't really do much in the tavern unless you know who the tavern keeper is. So mouse over until you find them. They're not always here. They're not always at work, crucially. Holy Jackal, it's a holy title. None of these people are actually the tavern owner. That's the thing with the Dwarf Fortress, is these dudes have their own lives. So this guy, he could be going for a walk or something. It's a pain in the butt because I wanted to use him for illustrative purposes. But we might need to pretend a little bit. We might need to pretend a little bit in order to get the point across here. Yeah, Tavern Keeper is definitely not here. None of these people are. Okay. So, right. It's kind of important, and I don't have a Tavern Keeper to demonstrate on, so you're just gonna have to you're gonna have to use your imagination a little bit. So, we're gonna pretend that this guy here, this bald guy, is Tavern Keeper. So what you would do is you go to start your conversation, and you'd say, you go to an option that says, ask about the available services, okay? Only the Tavern Keeper is going to respond correctly to this. Like, this person's going to say, I don't work here, you know? But if he was a tavern keeper, he would tell you the drinks they offer, and he would tell you the rate for like rooms and stuff, okay? So what you want to do is you want to talk to them again by pressing K, select your drink, or tell them that you wanna stay for the night, okay? So if you tell them that you want a drink, they're gonna go over to one of the barrels, pour you a drink, and come back and give it to you. If everything works correctly, it doesn't always. And if you ask for a room, they will tell you, usually on the upper floor, which of these rooms is yours. You're permitted to stay for that for 1 day. You pay for 1 day at a time. And also, the last part is important. Another important Tanuki tip. You gotta pay for it, dude. Do not leave the tavern. Do not leave the tavern without paying. Or you might end up getting branded a thief, which will negatively affect your reputation, which is very bad. So again, if this person we're pretending that this person is a tavern keeper, remember? This is how you settle your debts. This is very strange, but you want to make a note of this. This is super important. Make a note of this if you can. What you're gonna do is talk to them as usual, and you're talking to the tavern keeper right now. Go to trade or settle debts. Dude, I can't do that. I can't do that unless it's a merchant or something. I'll need to illustrate the point with like a merchant. Let me find a merchant real quick. It's not gonna make much sense unless I'm talking to someone who's selling something. But this whole part that I'm trying to explain to you is not explained at all in the game, and it's a massive source of confusion. There is a way to pay the tavern keeper, but it's really strange. Okay, assuming this guy's the tavern keeper. Oh, welcome in, Charade97. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. It's the middle of a Dwarf Fortress tutorial. Welcome, welcome. So this person is tavern keeper. We're pretending. Start a new conversation. Go to trade menu. And what we're gonna do is this. Up here, it's gonna say that you owe them money right here, like right here. Okay, it's gonna say that you owe the person 24 value or something. Okay, what you want to do is, it's so strange. You click ask for currency, and then you ask for the exact number that it says that you owe. Okay, you have to ask them for your debt, and then you give them an item which is at least that valuable, and then click trade. That's how you do it. It's super counterintuitive that you're it's the way that you do it. It seems like you're asking them for money, but what you're actually doing is asking permission to repay the specific amount of money. Okay, so think about it like that. If it says up here you owe this person money, you put in the specific amount of money after you click ask for currency. Let's say I owe this person 54, and then I'd pick something from my inventory, like a piece of meat or something. It's usually worth a few hundred, so that would cover it. But in the context of a trader, this is a one-to-one trade. But in the context of a tavern keeper, you are paying debt, okay? It's a bit strange to wrap your head around, but if you want to play this game, you must take note of that. So one more time, you owe the tavern keeper money. It says up here how much it is. You click ask for currency, you put that exact number in, and then you give them something that's at least that valuable. You don't pay them, you will be branded a thief, and it will affect your reputation for the entire town or city. And that is super bad, okay? So if you're going to make use of the tavern services, and you're definitely going to want to, make sure you're paying. not even that much money. Like, everything is super cheap in a tavern anyway. If you can stealth... I don't know. Tavern's a pretty busy place generally. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if I recommend that, but you do you. Oh yeah, another thing about the economy that I would recommend. It's sort of kind of a roleplay thing, kind of, but this game is like an eternal work in progress, okay? So there are like exploits in the game that you probably don't want to take advantage of too much. I'll probably need to go to a shop to illustrate this point, but if we use our imagination again, in a shop, typically, well, I don't know if you get away with it in a shop actually, but sometimes in general, you'll find like super valuable gear lying on the ground. And in some cases, if it's for sale, there'll be dollar signs on either side of it, which means you'll get into trouble for stealing it. Yes, but soon TM, exactly. But if it doesn't have dollar signs either side of it, it means technically you could steal it and nothing would happen. If you go into a castle and you find an armory and probably there's no dollar signs either side of them, all of the steel equipment, and the same for like dwarven storage and dwarven fortresses. Obviously, if you play the game like that, it's going to be pretty unbalanced and unsatisfactory, and the economy is going to feel broken. So I do not recommend stealing things, because if you do that, then you can get a full set like effortlessly, and that's not very fun. So I would suggest, Tanuki tip, don't steal things, just for the sake of like gameplay balance. It just breaks the game very thoroughly, and there's I don't think there's consequences for buying for stealing things that aren't actively for sale. So things that are in storage for the military of the town or whatever. Anyway, back to tavern. So I was attracted to this place because the guy in here, there's a book symbol. The guy next to me, book symbol, okay? Now what this means is that he's telling a story. So this is kind of like a combat thing. You look on your keyboard, you press the period button. That will wait for, yeah, a story. When you're pressing, you can press like the comma is like a shorter pause than a period, isn't it? Do I have the right terminology here? Comma is like mid-sentence, and period is the end of the sentence, right? I'm gonna sound really dumb if I'm wrong, aren't I? Anyway, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. They're next to each other. The period and the other one, okay? The comma. The comma is very, very short pause when you're doing absolutely nothing. It's like for one tick, you're gonna do nothing. The shortest period of time that you can do nothing for in this game, okay? And the period, you'll do that for 1 round or 10 ticks. So that's more relevant during combat, but basically, if you want to sit here and listen to a story, you want to press period a couple times. Just go next to a guy, press period a couple times. You're waiting here 10 ticks every time you press period. Okay, so again, this was a bad example because the guy, I think he was near the end of the story. But typically what it would say is, dude, I gotta find an example of this. I gotta find an example of this. There would have been a dialogue come up that says, you haven't been able to act for a while. Do you want to quit or something? And all that means is your character is currently actively listening to a story or watching a performance, like a dance or a musical performance. if you're next to someone who's doing that and you wait next to them for long enough, if they're not near the very end of it, your character will want to continue listening to it, and they will learn the story or the music, etc. But yeah, you can do that yourself as well. It's called a performance. Down here is, yeah, performance. You can do Shift P. So let's press this. And if you created a character that has a gift in any one of these one things, then you can do that. You can also use this as a way to brag about things. You can tell a story about something that you did. This is important for when you do something significant. If you do something in a significant location, then you could click on tell a story about a site, and then you could do a search on like a dungeon that you went to where you really kicked a lot of butt, and you could find it in here, and you could get like super specific about the story that you want to tell. But if I do this here, it's going to tell me probably I don't know anything about this. Oh, apparently I do. Apparently I do know about this. So this is what I was talking to you about, okay? This can occur when you're next to someone telling a story or doing a performance. What you're going to want to do here is finish action, usually, which is going to automatically progress time until you're finished telling the story, or the other person is. And time is just going to fast forward a little bit here. Now, the game is concerned that you haven't been able to act for a while because your guy is kind of locked in. That's normal, don't worry about that. Just press A each time this comes up if you want to continue your performance or you want to continue to listen to someone else's performance. Just keep pressing A whenever it comes up. And after you're finished telling your story, people will have comments, generally. I don't know if anyone was listening, though. What the heck? Why are you guys not listening? Usually they give you some kind of critique. You guys all zoning out on me? Okay, you know what? You guys are a tough audience. Hang on, you guys are a tough audience. Let me sing a song for you, okay? Do I know any poems? I do know a poem. Moons ever onward is an example of the meditation of sparkling. The work has no particular subject. Look, okay, let's do this. So now they're giving like comments and stuff. You can damage your reputation for being garbage at telling stories or performing, or you can also gain reputation for being good at those things. I'm again going to click finish action. This was a shorter one. It's just a poem. But yeah, this is the kind of things that you do in a tavern. Is you do recreational things, you listen to stories, you can gather information. Tavern keeper generally knows a lot of stuff. I still don't. Let's see if the tavern keeper is back yet. It can be kind of annoying when the tavern keeper isn't present, because that kind of like locks you out of a lot of the stuff that you want to do in the tavern. But it is what it is. I've been in situations where the tavern keeper is like, you know, AWOL, and I just, you know, doesn't ever turn up, and it is what it is. The game is a massive simulation, very intricate, and sometimes these things happen. But more often than not, they're just going for a stroll, or they're socializing elsewhere, or, you know, having a life. So it's not always bugged. It just sometimes is. So just maybe go to a different tavern if the tavern keeper is AWOL for a long time or possibly dead. Anyway, let's get to combat, why don't we? Might be a good idea to do a bit of saving. So, you made a combat character, you want to do some combat. Dang, we haven't even done, like, inventory management yet, have we? Why don't we look at our inventory first? Because your guy probably has, like, weapons and stuff, right? There's, a shorthand that you can do here. You can do, put your weapon away. Sometimes people are intimidated by you holding weapons. So this will automatically bring into your hands your last used weapons. You click this guy. Shortcut key is, I don't remember. This one is for submissive posture. If you are under attack or you hit someone and you realize, oh, wait a minute, I might be dying. I might die now. Then you can assume a submissive posture and try to get them to forgive you. Probably the first thing you want to do in that situation is run away by going to movement options, M on the keyboard, or by clicking it. And then click sprint and run away. If they're faster than you, well, it's time to grovel. By assuming submissive posture. And there's also dialogue options that you can have with the enemy to try and get to them to calm down as well. It's you are probably in the early game going to come into situations where you are going to die if you don't run away or, you know, grovel. It's better to be alive. It's better to be alive, I think, in the early game. It's so easy to die in the early game, so don't be too proud not to run away or to beg for your life. So at the moment, what I'm doing right here is I'm kind of scanning for something that's more suitable for an absolute beginner. I mean, I'm not an absolute beginner, but my guy is a weakling. He hasn't had any combat experience whatsoever, so what we're really looking for is we're looking for some wild animals that I can bully. And also, you're going to be doing that for meat anyway. I thought for a second that was a corpse. It's like this melon here kind of looked like a splayed out goblin corpse there or something. But yeah. You got to pick your fights in this game, especially in the early game. Otherwise, you're going to get very dead. If you went and you obeyed your god and you went to that mysterious site that they're telling you to go to, mark my words, you would be dead, especially if you went by yourself. You definitely want to practice against something a little bit more on your level. These muddy areas here and near villages, they tend to have like animals and stuff. So if you're going for hunting, can be a good place to get started. But just bear in mind that this game is kind of a slow-paced game, like the main game is. And you're not always going to find what you want immediately. If we get closer into town, we'll probably find some dogs. If we're really stuck, then we can fight some dogs. It's not exactly the most heroic thing in the world, and it's not exactly the thing that I enjoy the most about this game, but they are not very good at fighting, and they are a source of meat. We are talking about basic survival right now. So what we're gonna do is just wander around and see, like, if we can find dogs, or I don't know if horses are a good idea, or even a chicken. I'd fight a freaking chicken. I can hear a stray guinea hen roots around the muddy, dense, dry dog's tooth grass. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and click this up here. This icon in the top right here has a paw print. That's for tracking. It's a good thing to have on all the time. Another thing to have on all the time is jog. Jog should be your default movement. Tanuki tip. Always be jogging and always be tracking, okay? Those are passive skills. You're going to be passively becoming a better tracker and passively improving your endurance if you're jogging and tracking at all times. So do so, please. So these are my unfortunate victims, okay? These guys will probably not be able to put up much of a fight. We're gonna fight the guinea hen. We're gonna see how combat works in this game. So what we're doing, I'm gonna start, you know, actually telling you what I'm doing. Press Shift and A. That's your attack. You want to hit something, you press Shift and A. Then you select what you're going to attack. Now, if something is not hostile to you, either because it's an ally, or it doesn't hate you, or it is yielding or surrendering to you, in any cases where it doesn't actively want to kill you, it will ask if you want to... even if it's trying to kill you, it'll probably ask as well. Get used to this. It's kind of an awkward combination because of hand placement, but Alt-Y is the combination for confirming. The chubby one should have more meat. Yeah. It's true. I might end up killing both of them. The chubby one, okay. Go for the chubby one. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is... Oh, this is important. Remember what I said about, like, observation skill? And how it was the most important skill? Well, here is where you would get your information about what the guy is doing in combat right now. It's empty, because this guy does not see me as a combatant. He's not currently attacking me, so there is nothing here. But this is where the information would appear so that you make an informed decision about what you want to do. And you could use that information to do things like dodges or parries or blocks. For instance, I should also be making sure I have my shield out. I did have my shield out, but I just want to make sure. Okay, so we're fighting this guy. I'm going to strike him. Now you can choose. Alright, we're getting into combat stuff, guys. This is how combat works. It's about, like, likelihood of how you're going to land your shots here. Because we're garbage at combat, and because it's a slippery little creature, a small little creature, it can be hard to hit the thing. So a lot of these are tricky or difficult. But this one is easier to hit, but it can't land squarely. But what I want to draw your attention to is the second one. The second one has an exclamation mark. That means it's a critical hit, and it's almost guaranteed to hit, okay? So if I click on this one, or I press B on the keyboard, exclamation mark, always pay attention to this, okay? Important, critical hit. What you want to do, in the case of the exclamation mark, it's always a specific thing that you have to do, okay? In this case, it's scratch. These are all the different things that you can do with that body part, okay? But we're going to pick scratch because it has the exclamation mark symbol, okay? Important. Also, if you're pretty sure you're going to hit something, you're going to want to use a heavy attack, okay? There's different approaches. You can choose different kinds of attacks. It's all listed here. I use heavy attack most of all. They're slow, but they do a lot of damage. But yeah, charge attack, where you'll attempt to charge through their square as you attack. Precise attack, if you want to, you know, hit somewhere really specific, like their eye. But yeah, you know, pick one or just go with the default. It's fine. We're going to scratch them. We're going to do a heavy attack on their lower body, and it's going to be a critical because of this exclamation mark, okay? Okay, so now we're going to see the result of our actions. You scratch the stray chubby guinea cock in the lower body from the side, tearing the muscle and shattering the lower spine's bone. Okay, so that guy is probably having spinal problems right now, which means he's probably, like, paralyzed. Maybe not, because he's attempting to crawl away. I pressed the wrong thing. Okay, I made a couple typos there, but I can explain what happened. So Shift and S, this is something you want to do before combat. Shift and S engages the sort of like stealth mode, okay? Where you can see the vision cone of enemies. I think this is also a passive skill that you can train by just like having it on. But yeah, you can do sneak attacks with the stealth mode, which is just Shift S. okay? Yeah. It makes you harder to see, and also you want to be even harder to see, you can go prone as well. You can put yourself on the ground and crawl around to make yourself less visible. And you can see, if you open up your movement menu, you can see, like, the quality of your stealth right now. If I go into stealth mode and I open that back up, my movement options, yeah, it's better, it's better. I don't think it says it's better, but it's better. It also makes you a little bit slower. Don't go on the ground, though. Generally in combat, you don't want to be prone. It gives the enemy a lot of advantages. I will get to that, though. When we are fighting like a humanoid opponent, we can get into situations where you are prone, or the enemy is on top of you, and you got to get out of a bad situation. I can help you with that. But for now, we're hitting this poor defenseless guinea hen thing. It is a lot faster to do combat using keyboard shortcuts, so just get used to touch typing with your left hand here. Of course, remember to scroll back up so that you can see your onyxes. So you can see your weapon. Your weapon is usually at the top, okay? I'm gonna smash it with my shield. But because, okay, he was moving away. You can see the direction he's moving in. He's crawling away, which means he's slow, but he is going to move to up and to the right at some point. And if he does that when you attack, then you're gonna miss. I just hit him with onyxes. I shouldn't be carrying onyxes in my hand. I strike the Guineacock in the lower body with my single cut onyxes, smashed him with a gem. So when I get into some inventory management stuff, because I shouldn't have that stuff out actually. What is it? D, R, and P, okay? D drops things on the ground. R will bring something out. So if I want to put my shield away manually, I press P. P to place, select my shield, and put it in my backpack, okay? And R is remove. But this is important. This is important. When it says remove, it means from a container. Or, yeah, generally a container. Generally a container. You're bringing it out. You're removing it from a container. So I'm removing the shields from the thing. But obviously the shorthand is just click this button in order to, like, toggle it on and off. Okay, that's faster. But in my case, I want to move the single cut onyxes into something else. So I'm not going to drop it. I'm going to press P to place. And I'm going to place it into my pouch with my money. Okay. So a little bit of inventory management stuff there. So X on your keyboard is butchery, or you can click here. It says no carcass available. That means that the creature is not large enough for me to butcher it. It happens. It does happen. It means we can't get meat from this animal because it's too small. We gotta find something a little bit bigger. And you are gonna have to do a little bit of hunting unless you're playing a vegan character. Which would be kind of difficult. I don't know if it would be impossible, but it would be difficult. You are gonna want to hunt for meat, or you're gonna have to purchase meat at one of the you know, the market vendors. I'm not having much luck finding edible wild animals right now, but we'll find some. You don't have a lot of carrying capacity either, so try not to overload yourself. There's a little symbol that comes up if you're over encumbered, but yeah, try to avoid that. You will over time get like more strength and stuff, which will help with encumbrance. Usually towns have like a whole bunch of like dogs and stuff. Uh, is a goose big enough? The guinea hen wasn't big enough. Is a goose big enough? The chubby goose. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to attack the lower body. I'm going to strike it with my shields. I miss it. The goose was too quick for me. He's moving to the southeast. I have a critical on the right upper leg, so I press E. The critical is for a punch, so I press C. The goose has flown, I think. Yes. What I did is I used the mouse wheel to go up. The goose has flown away. Probably means I'm not going to be able to get that goose, okay? We didn't do very well with that one. Maybe we use stealth this time. Let's see if stealth is going to help me. Probably not. Probably not, but we'll try it. This goose should not know that I'm here. And then I'm going to... The reason why I go for lower body is usually where I start with. And there is a reason for that. There are strike zones. Like we're getting into like Kissat Dur territory right now. Like Kissat Dur is the dwarven martial art of unarmed combat, okay? It's kind of like a fan-made thing, but one of the first things you'll learn with it is like there's various strike zones and what they do. So the strike zone I usually start with is the lower body because it creates nausea. It's debilitating. It can cause a humanoid creature to start like vomiting and stuff and be like dizzy and be unable to move quickly. So very good place to start in combat. My punches aren't super strong right now, so I might hit them with a shield. I still missed the freaking goose, and now it's scared. It's gonna be running away now. Dang, it's not going well, is it? Hit him in the lower body with the shield. Ah, you're running away still. These gooses are no fun. They won't let me fight them. Okay, we got one more chance to fight the goose. I want to punch this one in the neck. It's a different strike zone. But, you know, obviously it could be more fatal if I hit it in the neck. Let's see here. Punch. Whoa! The goose is attacking me, which is good, which means it isn't trying to run away. I bruised the fat, and the stray fat goose has missed you. And the reason why that has occurred is because we invested a lot in dodging and in observing. Otherwise, we might get pecked on the nose. You don't want to get pecked on the nose, do you? So, okay, hang on. It says, recovering from attacking you. All right? That means that we have an advantage. It'll say things like that, or it'll say things like regaining its balance or something. But now we have better odds at attacking it because it's like it's on the rebound from attacking you, okay? Let's go for the upper body. Upper body is another strike zone in Kissat Dur. The reason why you want to punch on the upper body is because that's where the lungs are. And you can wind them, or you can damage their lungs, which will interfere with their ability to breathe, which interferes with their ability to stay alive. So it's a good one as well. I'm going to go for a heavy strike because the guy doesn't appear to want to run away. Okay, I bruised the fat. Guy is moving southwest. I'm going to use a punch on his... Oh, he's flying away now. He decided it's a bad idea. He's going to run away now. That's okay. That's okay. I wish there was something bigger than these silly birds that I could fight right now, because None of these creatures want any of my nonsense. Okay, let's go elsewhere. Let's go elsewhere. For whatever reason, this town doesn't have any dogs or any horses. The thing is, I didn't even win. I didn't even win. It ran away. Okay. We definitely want to get more meat, too, because... Remember, I sold a piece of meat earlier. I want to say that probably most of the tutorial at this point is over. I'll still give some tips when I'm able, but things are going to get more slower paced now. So I'm actually just going to try to find something to kill for the sake of being able to eat and stuff. Well, I didn't lose a leg, so you won technically. I really don't want to lose a leg because I didn't bring a crutch with me. I will be back in a second. I gotta go pee, so I'll BRB and we'll do some more of this stuff. Okay, I'm back. Let me just take a sippy real quick. I have not taken a sippy yet, and it's been 2 hours, so 1 sec. Ah, I feel like I did all that tutorial stuff in one breath, guys. I gotta keep myself hydrated in the summer weather. Right. So again, tutorial content will... I'll still try to give you guys some tips and stuff, but... You know, it's a slow-paced game, so... We're gonna get into combat when we get into combat. I am looking for animals once again. Besides animals, a good starting target is kobolds, but they're not always easy to find. But if I'm gonna struggle a lot to find kobolds, I mean, if I'm gonna struggle to find animals, then I might start trying to track kobolds. Or, find some easy targets like, go to a camp when they're asleep or something. Oh, dang, I appear to be prone for some reason. I don't know why that happened. I must have tripped on something. Why am I crawling so much? Tired? Oh, I'm tired. That's why. Okay, sometimes it's not, like, advisable to, like, sleep out in the wilderness like this, but you're probably gonna end up doing it anyway. It just is what it is. Like, you're not always going to be nearby a tavern or a structure you can use, but it's always safer. It's always safer to sleep in a building, so just bear that in mind. One of the dialogue options that is very common for any homeowner is you can ask for permission to stay for a night, and yeah, that's always safer. Just go to any town and ask for a place to stay for one night. I've never been refused by a homeowner when I ask them that. It's nighttime right now. You can see in the top right there, there's the stars, so you can tell. It's a good time to you know, find a campsite or and like strangle them or something. I don't know. One of the quirks of combat is I'm I'm pretty sure. Wait, hang on. Why am I still tired? Why am I still tired? What is wrong with my guy? Doesn't say anything about this guy being especially prone to tiredness. Gotta give him a little bit more time asleep, but his needs are gonna become more apparent the longer that he goes without food. And we are running out of food right now. Dang. I mean, like, doing a tutorial thing, I didn't expect everything to go smoothly, but I also didn't expect to find, like, no food source whatsoever. I mean, if you're stuck, you can go back to the market and just, like, buy some meat, certainly, but for illustrative purposes, I'd prefer to, like, hunt for my own food. I've got, like, tracking on as well, so if there was any, like, footprints and stuff, I'd be able to see them. Though probably not, like, all of the markings because I'm untrained. Obviously, you can get water from rivers. Most of the time, you're going to be getting water from rivers too. I'm falling to the ground from overexertion. I legitimately have no idea why this dude is so tired. Is it because of the heat? It is hot. Tired? What do you mean? Is it because he's sleeping under the hot sun, maybe? This dude is in trouble. He's like on the verge of passing out, I think, because of the heat. It's quite a hot region, I think. So we're gonna need to buy some food. This guy isn't fit. He isn't fit to, like, go hunting his own food right now. Why is he so tired? I mean, obviously I'm asking him to jog everywhere, but that's pretty normal. Like, that, I usually do that for all of my characters. I don't really have them, like, collapsing. Dwarves typically are able to keep up, like, a healthy jog without complaining. How strange. I don't usually have to consider buying meat for my first meal as a dwarf. Usually they're capable of hunting. What is this thing? Is that a die? Whoa, die! I don't think I need to use that right now. It's kind of like a holy what would you say? Not a seance, but communion. You use it to, like, divine things from a god or whatever. It's only freaking birds. It's all birds and you can't butcher them. Most of the birds, they aren't like big enough to, like, butcher. I get the feeling I gotta get out of this scorching region because my dude is not coping with the heat. I'm assuming that's what it is. It's not exactly fit to do like a cross-country journey right now either, though. Okay, let's check out this little village here. I'm gonna make sure that the guy gets some proper rest right now by going to someone's house and asking for a place to stay. Hello, Goblin. I am Isri Listened Mopped. Isri. Dude, I'm about to pass out right now. I need somewhere to sleep. Ask for permission to stay for a day. This is what you're looking for? It would be terrible to leave someone to fend for themselves after sunset. Oh, okay, my guy. Oh, you got proper boarding. My dude can get a proper night's sleep. This guy's pretty picky, and we're now officially out of food. Now officially got nothing. Nothing to eat. And he's already hungry, so it's looking, a little dicey, not gonna lie. I'm gonna make one more attempt at finding wild animals. God, like, where are the wild animals in this world, huh? And then I'm definitely gonna have to go to market. Or maybe ask the dude to stop jogging. Something is causing this guy to get exhausted very quickly, and I'm not sure what it is. That's the kind of thing that you would expect if he was over encumbered and jogging. You would expect him to be collapsing and complaining of tiredness and stuff. It could well be just because I'm in a desert, and naturally there's a lot less wildlife in a desert. Yeah, he's collapsing again. What is with this dude? Tired, hungry, tired. He's not in a good way right now. Okay, get off the freaking ground for a start. You can walk. If you can't handle walking in the desert, I don't know what to tell you, because you were born in one. Aren't you tripping from all the running while tired? No, the thing is, like, he shouldn't be getting tired. He shouldn't be getting tired as often as he is. Like, the previous day, he got tired like 3 or 4 times within the space of a single day, just from like jogging. So the problem is, I don't know why he's getting tired. Other than he's just got really, I don't know, he's just not get good endurance, I suppose. I'm gonna have to buy meat here, otherwise I'm gonna starve, because this guy doesn't seem to be capable of hunting. So we're gonna do a bit of trading here. I did. I guess I did do a little bit of fighting. It wasn't exactly a very long fight. I guess I just haven't seen a dwarf that was this prone to tiredness. Okay, let's do some trading. I'm not gonna buy cave dragon meat because that sounds pretty expensive. It all sounds pretty exotic. Cave crocodile meat can't be that expensive. How much is 5 pieces? Unfortunately, we can't actually see what it's worth, so you have to sort of like lowball them. Don't give them gold. Gold is worth a lot of money. I'm gonna throw some copper coins at him, and I'm probably still overpaying. Let's give him 76 copper. Yeah, he's not happy with that. Okay, let's give him an additional silver piece. No? We give him 5 silver pieces. No, dude, okay. Maybe this is expensive meat. I don't know. I don't know. How I could be getting scammed right now. Who can say? It's all my silver, dude. I'm freaking starving here. Give me a break. You can have these silver coins too, okay? Dude, I'm only asking for like 5 pieces of meat. Fine, I'll give you 1 gold coin, okay? This guy. Yeah, definitely. It's as if he saw me coming. Can't believe this. I don't want to give him the freaking onyxes. Freaking, I'm getting scammed here. Dude, I think that's expensive meat or something. I'm gonna ask this other. Why is it all like exotic freaking cavern meat or something? I take some. I take a rat on a stick right now. Okay, here, have an onyx. I bet you're happy with that, you freaking butt. Wait, did you not give me any change? Oh my god. The only reason I gave him the freaking onyx is because I thought he was gonna give me change. Dude, I got scammed so hard. I just gave that guy a big gem. And he gave me 5 pieces of freaking crocodile meat. Ah, dude. That is unbelievable. What is the biome I'm in? It's super hot. And there's nothing in it in terms of wildlife. Yeah, free money for him. He just freaking got a gem off of me. Let's go in this green biome. A bit more green and less deserty. Maybe there's more animals here. I sure hope so. I don't have no more gems to purchase meat from scam artists. Should probably zoom out as well. Make sure I spot animals. I'll put sneaking on too so I can see the cone of vision. If I see horses, I'm going to have to attack them. Even though they're probably gonna kill me. Horses are... Those are more birds. Are they vultures? I think you can eat some birds. Like, some birds are considered too small, but other birds, I'm pretty sure you can eat them. So maybe these birds are big enough. Yeah, these guys are vultures. Let's take out this vulture. Hopefully we can actually eat it. I'm gonna go for headshot. And I'm gonna smack it with my shield. Heavy attack. Pow! Dead. The injured part is crushed. I crushed its head with my shield. Pretty nice. Okay. Let me just go in here. See if I can butcher this. Yes, I can. I just don't have... I don't have anything in my hands. Okay, tutorial time. We gotta do some butchery, but we don't have the butchery tool. We do though. We do actually. So I'm gonna put away my shield. And we're gonna use R for remove. And we're gonna remove the knife from the pouch, okay? We're removing it from a container to put it into our hand. And now butchering becomes available. And also, I'd be able to carve bones, but I would need to have a knife in my hand and a bone in my other hand. Or at least available and not like stowed away somewhere. I'm gonna butcher the vulture. Dude, of course I find these guys immediately after I get scammed for cave crocodile meat. So I butcher him, and I click on the zone, and I can get this meat for free. What a scam artist. Okay, I'm gonna take his meat. I'm also gonna take the bones. I'm not gonna slaughter any more of the vultures because that's enough meat, honestly. And we don't have a lot of encumbrance to work with. We're already over encumbered, look. Even if it's just by a little. But here's a good way to make money. Tanuki tip, guys. Tanuki tip. Let's see. We just spoke about bone carving, didn't we? We did just speak about bone carving. We got bones now. So in my hand, I have the vulture meat and the knife. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use P for place. We're going to place the meat into the backpack, and then we are going to remove the bones. So it's in my other hand. We go into the inventory again. You can see right hand, left hand, okay? It might seem a gazelle. Gazelle meat sounds a lot more tastier than vulture meat, don't it? Let me just drop this stuff on the ground here, and maybe I'll get back to bone carving after I sneak off on this gazelle. Hang on. Stealth mode activate. I went prone. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of them. You're gonna let blood spill on your fifth toe of your left foot? You're gonna need a what? What are you talking about? I didn't know I had that. There's no way I can. The thing is, you can see the cone of vision there. They're like covering so much. Maybe I can kind of sneak through this partial vision section. Okay, they don't notice me yet. Nice, nice. Okay, I've successfully sneaked up on this gazelle. Now, let's smack this gazelle. This could be harder. I'm gonna stand up, so always stand up before you hit something. Gives you better odds. Alright, lower body. These things can really move, so I want to make sure that I kind of get it in the gut. Heavy attack to the lower body. Punch. Punch the lower body of the gazelle. You attack the gazelle, but she jumps away. And she's spooked now. I'm going to draw my shield. She's moving southwest. This is probably my last chance to hit it. So I'm going to go for the right front hoof. Strike. Try to disable its leg. Quick strike with the iron shield. What the? I just severed its freaking hoof. And yet somehow it's still moving at quite a pace here. Maybe I can catch up to it with sprint. Go to movement options. And do a sprint. It just lost the hoof. Surely it can, I can catch it. Thing is, booking it, even though it only has 3 legs now. I'm going to throw my shield. That's T to throw. I'm going to throw my shield at the gazelle. The spinning iron shield strikes the skinny gazelle in the lower body, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. So maybe it's this going to become nauseous and start vomiting. This thing is too fast for me. I'm catching up with it though. Okay. I can catch it. Okay. Can I hit it? Looks like I have a critical on the upper body. It's a critical if I use scratch. I'm gonna hit it in the lower body. It's still not nauseous, so I'm gonna go for the lower body again. We're gonna hit it with the shield. Bruising the stomach. Somehow it's still not nauseous, but it is slowing down little by little. Gonna keep hammering the lower body here. I don't want to do heavy attacks because they're slower. and I'll probably miss. I can hit it on the head if I want to. I'm gonna go for it. Iron Shield. Dang, this thing is so agile. I can't hit it. Okay, I'm gonna go for the head again. It's jumping all over the place. I can't reach it. Not the easiest opponent to hit in the world, though. Pretty quick animals. Okay, I hit it that time. And now I bruised the lung. And it's showing, a half heart symbol because it's starting to die. Probably because it's having trouble breathing. You can right-click it and look at its health. Ability to stand somewhat impaired. Trouble breathing, okay? I'm gonna probably hammer its, upper body now, so it has even more trouble breathing. Yeah. I'm gonna keep going, keep working the lungs. Okay, it's dead. I smacked it with the shield from behind. The injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened. Probably an artery in the heart because we were attacking the upper body. So that went quite well. Alright, we gotta go get our knife. I left my knife over here with the bone. We can butcher this creature. It seems like meat isn't going to be a problem now, at least for a little while. I can get some more meat here, and also some more bones. We are definitely over-encumbered now, but that's okay. It's only like a mild over-encumbrance. It's in yellow. If it was in red, it would be more serious. Anyway, I believe we were doing a little bit of bone carving, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna put the meat away. If it's in my hand. Put the shield away because it's in my hand. And the quiver? Question mark? Whatever, as long as it's not in my hand. And then we're going to get the bone out. We're gonna R to remove the bone, so that in our hands we have the knife and the bone, even though they're in the same hand for some reason. I'm a very sweaty guy right now. He's working pretty hard. And it's also super hot here, so I do have some sympathy for him. It's pretty hot here too. So, crafting, we can finally do crafting. Press C for... Oh, it's X. It's X for crafting. So what we're gonna do is... Carve bone. Carve bone. Yep, it is pretty hot here, it is. A good one, two good ones to do are carved bone figurine or a carved bone ring. These are good for like selling to people, and rings are obviously they're very small things. So what you would do is X to open, okay, key sequence. I think it's something like XCAA or something. So X for craft, C for carved bone. Well, A is for figurine. You want to do B for... Okay. Not exactly how I remember it. No bone knife for throwing? I don't think you can make a bone knife. I don't think that's an option. No. That's all. That's all of the options that you can have, unfortunately. So we're gonna do bone rings. I am not gonna do a full macro tutorial. Pedigree Pup, welcome! Thank you very much for the follow. I'm glad you're interested in the Dwarf Fortress. Welcome. I'm not gonna be doing a whole tutorial on macros, but they can be useful. Is it control? No, control L? Right. Okay. I believe the macro things More interested in your cute? Thank you. I appreciate that. Macro hotkeys are Control L to load your macros, Control R to record, and Control P to play back your macros. So I've already prepared a macro. I'm not going to go over how to record one, except it's really quite simple. All you need to do is press Control R, and then do the keys that you want to do, and then press Control R again, and it should appear in this list that you get from pressing Control L. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load the carved bone ring one because I've already prepared this earlier, and then I just press Control P, and it's gonna every time I press Control P, it's gonna automatically carve another bone ring for me. So no available item. Okay, so that means I gotta remove the other bones, the gazelle bones probably. Okay, and now I just press Control P again. So if you have a particularly boring task that you have to do like 5 or 6 keys, just make a macro out of it. Make your life a little easier. It's not that hard. It is good for also grinding certain skills like climbing and stuff if you want to do it that way, but there's probably easier ways to get climbing experience, like exploring the caverns and stuff. And it'll give you a lot of swimming experience as well, because there's a lot of water down there too. So we have solved the meat problem. We have the knife in our hand. We got to organize our inventory a little bit. So let's P to place. Get rid of the knife, put it in the pouch. And we could actually wear the rings just to get them. You press W to wear things, by the way. I'm just going to press WA repeatedly. I'm just putting all the rings in all my fingers. And that way they're not taking up inventory space, or I'm not having to hold them in my hand or whatever. I'm just checking my hands are free. Oh, I got a couple toe rings as well, apparently. Right, my hands are free. There's nothing in my hand. That's good. Oh, I can punch people with 10 rings. I don't know if there's any like combat, if there's actually any combat impact on that. I wish there was. That'd be pretty useful for unarmed characters like myself. But now that we have crafts, we can go sell them basically. We can go barter with them. Dude, the temperature in this place is so hot. Oh, this person sells gems. That's good. That's good. If I could trade my crafts for a gem, that would be super good. Gauntlet should give you a bonus. Doubt ring does since it's an accessory. I'm not sure. Like any bonuses that the gauntlets give might just be defensive, but I don't know actually if it would give you any offensive ability. Anyway, I'm gonna do conversation with the trader, the jeweler. We're gonna click trade. We're gonna see what we can get for these rings that we just made. Slip them off my fingers and my toes. And probably sell some of this meat too, because we've got too much of it. Sell the crocodile meat, because I suspect it's kind of expensive. These numbers, they are not value, they are weight. So don't get that confused. So remember, you want to try to lowball the guy. So start with a deal that you don't think he's gonna want to take. Let me take the blue jades and the oval praise capricorns and the rose cut moss agates, okay? Or maybe we take a few more of those and we push our luck a little bit. He just altered the deal. I can't possibly accept, but how about this? So he's giving me a counter offer. He's asked for money. I think he's asking for silver coins too. When they ask for like money like this, usually they're referring to coins. I don't think he's asking for anything else. He wants the bone rings, but he also wants 16 value, which I think means coins, so sure. Wait, did he take more meat? No, he didn't. Dang, I think that was a good deal, actually. How many gems did I just get? I think I just got like 7 gems or something. Dang. Dang, I think I scammed that guy. What the heck? I'm a freaking amateur. I'm an amateur bone guy, bone carver. Like, what? He gave me that much money for a... Hell, I'm gonna leave here before he changes his mind. What is that about? What the heck? How did I get away with that? Well, anyway, I just made off like a freaking bandit right there. That's why you do it. That's why you gotta lowball them. Sometimes you'll be surprised by what they actually accept. We're gonna go in here. I want to find out. I want to find out like what's going on in the world. Okay, let's see if these guys have any problems that I can perhaps solve. My name is Ewo Mostrokt. Yes, hello. New conversation. Ask about troubles. Debish Calthrones the Yeti is causing them trouble. So let's ask where Debish is. Probably on the move or deep underground. But he can't be sure, which means he doesn't know. He doesn't know where the thing lives, and that's okay. That's okay. We can go off on our own adventure. We don't need to be told what to do. Let's go back out. I feel a bit more comfortable now that we have meat and we got money and we have water. Look at all the things we need to function. We have a little bit of, yeah, a little bit overburdened. Maybe you don't want to be doing any jogging right now, especially not in this heat. So, what do we need to do? I haven't checked my log yet, have I? I haven't introduced you guys to the whole log thing. Okay, so the log is how you track things in the world, like across areas and groups and stuff, and sites, as it were. So you can see that my holy figure wants me to go here. They want me to retrieve an artifact from this place here, which is an extremely deadly mission, which will almost certainly result in my death. So I gotta say, I'm not keen on that one. Otherwise, what I can do is I can try and look for other groups. Like these are all like groups of kobolds. If I wanted to try to get better gear, I could look for dwarves. If I want to hit some kobolds, I'll keep clicking here. Right, okay. I found one that's local, right? Greelgus is a local kobold settlement or cave or whatever you want to call it. The reason why the rest of those were black were because we haven't uncovered the map. There's a fog of war over the map, so all of these ones are like all black because we haven't been there before. But this one is close. So we wanted to, we could go to Greelgus and smash some kobolds heads, and another approach is we could look for dwarves. Sorry, I'm burping. This fortress is very far away, so probably don't want to go to this one. I'm like way off screen over here. Um, you just look down the list, see if you can find any more fortresses, if that's what you're looking for. I could do a search here. I guess you can't search for the word fortress. Unless they were appearing at the top of the list. Nope, you just can't search for that. It's looking for the name rather than the tag of the thing. The reason why I'm considering looking for a fortress is because not that kind of fortress. That's like a goblin fortress or something. I'm looking for a dwarf fortress. They have the best gear and employment opportunities and stuff like that. I think you can also get employed by different people too. Like you can get employed in castles and even like bandit camps and stuff. I've heard. Mysterious dungeon, mysterious lair. Those are the dangerous places. Usually holy quests take place there. This is a big world. There's a lot of sites here. You call these places sites. A lot of like dwarf fortresses in Dwarf Fortress today. Where are all the dwarfs? Yo, where are all the dwarfs though? I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about my brothers. I only saw like one. I only saw one Dwarf Fortress. I'm starting to think that maybe my brothers aren't flourishing in this world, guys. There's one that's way to the west there. It's a little weird. I mean, that is possible. It is possible they generate a world that's a bit lopsided in terms of like the races and stuff, or it could just be that we don't personally know of the other forts out there. It could just be because of my own character's limited knowledge. But I am genuinely concerned about the number. What is Dark Fortress implies goblins. It doesn't have anything to do with mining. I guess we're gonna go after the kobolds, and I can get into existential dread for my dwarf brethren later. We go to Grilgus. That's going to be our mission, which is to our northeast. So I'm gonna hold 9 on my numpad and hoof it on over to Grilgus. Find me some kobolds to break, to destroy. I don't know if that's the cave. I don't think it is. I think that's a lair. Oh, I think that might be Grilgus, actually. Maybe? Possibly? Let me get closer and double check here. No, that's where I am currently. That's some kind of other lair that could contain pretty much anything. It could contain like a dragon or something, so we probably want to sidestep that for now. Dragons are a little bit out of our league currently. I think it wouldn't be a terrible idea to stop by this village for a moment. Maybe get a snack. And I was gonna say stay at someone's house, but it's the middle of the night, so unless someone is awake at this time of night. I'm doing well. This guy's awake, whoever he is. Hey, which one of you guys is awake? This guy? Can I stay for a day? Yeah, nice. So if you sleep in the wilderness, it's not gonna be as restful. You might get dizzy status for longer, and you might also get attacked by wild animals or people that are trying to kill you if you're in a position where people want to kill you, which can happen if you do things like raid camps and stuff. Word can get around and people can send parties to come kill you. It's let me just double check where we're going. It's to my west. Oh, I guess I overshot it a little bit. That's another thing. Tanuki tip. Tanuki tip. Never engage in combat unless you have slept recently. And the other one that links in from that is don't fight for too long either, because you'll get tired. And then when you get tired, you get prone, and when you get prone, you get dead, basically. Is that not the dragon cave down there? I thought that was the dragon cave. What? Huh? It's listed as like here. It's here somewhere, but it's not visible on the map. I think it's sometimes there's places that are well, what's the word, obscured, and you have to, they're like secret places, you have to find them. I guess because your character doesn't know of the place, you know what I mean? So let's drop down and use my compass. Goblin Cave, Human Hamlet. I'm not getting any information about kobolds. Because normally I would just go through this little list up here and it would tell me, is it here? The cave is here somewhere. Realgus. It says it's slightly to my left now. Okay. We might have to do a little bit of manually searching for this cave here. See, this is another reason why I like to have the ramp view on by clicking this triangle up here. Is entrances to caves and stuff, they tend to be ramps, and just having that on makes it easier to see. But it is very difficult to find oh my god, elephants. Guys, if I fight an elephant, how dead do you think I am? I'm gonna say that's probably a super bad idea to fight an elephant. You're a lot bigger and stronger than me. Probably just step on me and kill me instantly. My guy's been fighting like turkeys and stuff. The elephant is a big step up from freaking turkeys. I mean to come over here. Where is the freaking kobold cave? Oh, rhinos. Oh my god. Rhinos and elephants. Well, you know what? We really went to we've really seen the extremes of the wildlife. Turkeys and vultures, and now we got rhinos, which, for whatever reason, are scared of me. Even though they're like, you know, 25 times bigger than I am. I don't want no ivory right now. You're fine. Whoa! You guys are pretty cool. This biome is a lot cooler. There's a lot more, like, biodiversity here. Lots of different kinds of animals. I wanna... I don't want to bother the big giant turtles, though. They look pretty cool. I think my guy's getting tired. Now, see, I can forgive him for getting tired now because he's over encumbered. That makes sense. That's fine. I guess another approach to this would be either I could go and ask the town if there's any troublemakers nearby, and maybe they will talk about the Cobalt Cave or something. Or I could confront the red marker over here, which could be anything. It could be kobolds, or it could be a world-ending demon. Oh. Notice how it zoomed in there. That means, yeah. See, that's the other option. The other option is just kind of like fiddle around with the map screen and see if you can find any telltale signs of there being something here. So the cave is near the water. Is it stopping me from going through it? It's like here and to the left. It's somewhere near the water. If the terraforming update was here, I could, like, divert the stream into the Cobalt base, but the terraforming update is not here, so we can't do that. Let me just casually go through this stream like it's nothing and it's not terrifying. Okay. It seems like my cat has awoken. That narrows it down a little bit. I know for sure that it's here. Around this stream somewhere. Southeast, it says. Still talking about Goblin Cave. Ivory muffins, wow. It can be legitimately difficult to pin down the location of a camp, though, because it's actually quite a big area that we're exploring here. But you know, that's just part of the game. We gotta track them. We gotta find them before we can slaughter them. All you can really do is open up the travel menu and make sure you're not too far off track. I'm still collapsing to the ground from overexertion. Another good tip that I heard is throwing your backpack to the ground is good before you enter combat if you are over encumbered or you're just a new adventurer. And I'll probably be doing this when I encounter the kobolds, because my guy is not coping with this weight on his back, obviously. And you don't want him to be getting tired during combat, because that is usually the part where you die. Or, like, hopefully you haven't done too much damage and you can beg for your life or something. But it's usually too late for that at that point. If you've thrown the first punch or injured them, they're probably not going to listen to you. I'm seeing marks here. Now these are marked as my my tracks or my companions. These are not identified as mine. So that means it's someone else. Could be someone traveling back to their base, for instance. We're doing a little bit of tracking here. So again, unknown tracking marks. Unknown. It could just be because I'm not a very good tracker and I can't tell who made the tracks. Or it could be a clue that someone other than me was walking through here. It's generally helpful when there's like a big structure or something, like a big boulder or hill that the cave is in, but sometimes it's just literally a hole in the ground. And unfortunately, this is just part of the process. When you're tracking down an unknown cave or even a known cave, because you're the square that you're being directed to by compass markers and stuff is pretty large, so when you get there, you still have to do a lot of searching to find it. But we just gotta stick with it. Let's get a little bit closer to the water. Okay, I think my cat wants to leave the room, so I'm gonna let her out. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I decided I should get some more beverages because I haven't been hydrating myself as well as I should be. So I got some water, I got some Diet Coke, got vanilla protein drink as well. Mm. Okay, good. So what are we doing here? Guys, what are we doing here even? Like, what is this game about? Why do people play this game? Why game's so slow, so aimless? What are we doing here? So open world, so intimidating. Ultimately, you make up your own fun in this game. But specifically what we're doing is I'm in the phase where I want to have some measure of legendary killing chickens and geese. No, 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 no. I want to make a bigger mark than that. That is a pretty good. That is a pretty good goal. Is like doing something significant and becoming a historical figure because of what you did, what you accomplished. But what we're doing at the moment is we are getting some combat basics down by picking on some easier targets. Targets that are a little bit more suited for us. After we do that, we can do some more longer term things like seek employment at a dwarven fortress or at a camp or something. Like, dude is not having a fun time. One way to get rid of your tired or overexerted status is just to literally lie on the ground and hit the period key a few times. This dude is taking a lot of time. I think he might just want to go to sleep, actually. Okay, he just lost his status because the text went from yellow to green next where it says, oh, wait a minute. Have I bragged about my glorious... No, 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 I haven't done anything brag-worthy, and I've only just realized I've been sprinting for, like, I don't know how long. Dude, how long have I been sprinting for? That would explain a lot. That's why my guy is exhausted, because he's been sprinting while over-encumbered. How did that happen? Dude needs to go to sleep. That's why he's so sweaty. Did he just trip again? I think he did. He might need to go to sleep. Now that I know he's been sprinting everywhere, I think that wouldn't be a terrible idea. I don't see anything that looks like an entrance to a kobold's place. Ah, what happened? Oh, I think I just pressed the wrong key, that's all. Alright, let's let the guy go to sleep for a little while. When we wake up in the morning... Oh! Did you see that? Did you see that little blue guy? The little blue guy went into the thing. Little blue, like, overworld dot just went into the thing. Almost like it was a kobold returning to their home. Oh, what is that? What is that? Have I seriously just bypassed that every single time? That's not a kobold. You're not a kobold. What are you? What's this guy? Why are you camped out in this weird square? This random ruin. Doesn't even have a door. I'm on an important mission. He's hostile. It's red. He's hostile. I think he's hostile. Can I... Okay. So, as a dwarf, I'm shorter than he is, and that affects my ability to wrestle him. So I can't really wrestle his crossbow away from him, because I might get shot in the face if I try to do that. This guy kind of hates me, though. Um... Okay. Alright, so a few things happened there. He doesn't want to trade with me. He considers me an intruder. I'm not supposed to be here for some reason. I don't know what this guy's deal is. And then he tried to shoot me in the face, but my god just intervened, which is something that only happens if you are a chosen. So that probably means that we were about to get shot in the head, but we got saved by God, which that only happens sometimes. So, our choices now are to run away, or now we fight this larger person. I'm gonna try fight him. This could end badly for me. I mean, I could beg for my life, I could run away, or I could fight. I think I'm gonna fight. Alright, let's go. You want to fight me? You got hit by lightning bolt from God. The bolt misses me. You're not scared, you should be scared. I'm coming for you. He's no longer stunned. Now I'm scared. Okay. I am going to go for the wrestle. We're gonna wrestle him. This is where I get shot in the head. I'm gonna get shot in the head, guy. Oh no. Why am I holding all these gems still? Oh my god. I can't wrestle him because my hands are full of gems. Okay. He's loading ammo. He's probably not going to be able to fire that quickly. I'm going to punch him in the upper body. Maybe wind him a bit. I feel sick. The flying iron bolt strikes me in the lower body, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Okay, I've just been shot in the stomach, but it didn't seem to penetrate my armor. And now I'm feeling sick. But I also punched him. I punched him in the upper body, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. So the dude is having trouble breathing now. I'm nauseous and he's having trouble breathing. He's shooting the weapon, so I'm gonna dodge to the west. And, I really wish that this guy would see reason right now, but I don't think he's going to, so I'm gonna throw a gem at his freaking head. Because they're already in my hand, so... I throw the gem. The gem hits him in the left lower leg, bruising the muscle through the large beak dog leather trousers. He falls over. His leg muscle is torn apart. He's on the ground. And I'm nauseous. I might actually legitimately vomit on this guy. Okay. So he was prone, but he still managed to hit me with the crossbow. That's, gosh. The flying iron bolt strikes me in the left foot, chipping the bone. A motor nerve has been severed. A ligament has been torn and a tendon has been torn. The iron bolt has lodged firmly in the wood. He freaking shot me in my foot, and I'm barefoot. I don't have any, like, iron high boots or anything. He just freaking crippled my foot. I fall over. Let me guess, I'm not able to stand anymore. Let me guess. Why did this guy just randomly attack me? Like, I don't know who this guy is. We're on the middle of, like, a war. What's your problem, guy? Why? Health. Ability to stand lost. Wow. Wow. So you remember when I said that you probably want to pick your fights and you probably want to, fight animals, maybe kobolds, but a lot of things before you get to things that are as tall as humans? Well, this is what I meant. Especially things like crossbows, because they can do a lot of damage very quickly. I I don't think this guy's gonna listen to reason, so there's no point trying to convince him to stop fighting me. He's either gonna kill me or I'm gonna kill him. It's that simple. I'm not able to stand anymore. I'm not sure if he's able to stand anymore. No, neither of us can stand, and he can barely breathe. But he's still content to shoot me with his stupid little crossbow. At least I can still freaking breathe. I can't crawl towards him because that's going to take like 10 turns and he's going to kill me. I could try to wrestle him, I guess. This isn't a good situation to like teach this technique, but alright, this is a Kissat Door technique. I can't remember what it's called, but when you're prone and the enemy is standing, or the enemy is also prone, you can wrestle them with your legs. And you can do things like disarm them, or throw them with your legs, and, well, if you still had functioning legs, you'd be able to stand while they're getting thrown to the ground. But, it's not going to be as effective here because we are both unable to walk and unable to stand right now. So I'm going to grab him with my right upper leg because I'm prone. I'm going to wrap my legs around his throat. I'm going to choke him with my thighs. Choke him. Oh, it's not working. It's not working! No! Ah, dang it. He's too strong. I'm vomiting. I haven't been shot again, though. Okay, we gotta release our grip. Why isn't he shooting me? He hasn't shot me for a while. Still loading ammo. Maybe he's having trouble grasping as well. Having trouble holding things. This is getting kind of grim. I'm on the floor. I can freaking punch him and I can just punch the guy. We're both lying on the ground dying. I'm gonna punch the guy. Flying iron bolt strikes me in the left lower arm. Jeez. I lose hold of the rose-cut moss agates. Let me guess, I can't grasp anymore. Somewhat impaired. Motor nerve damage. Shooting weapon. Let's dodge. Are you still shooting the weapon? Let's dodge north. Okay. This is grim. I'm becoming less effective in combat because I've got the nausea status and I'm prone and things are going bad. I strike him in the upper body from behind with my oval moss agate cabocons, bruising the muscle and bruising. Okay. I'm not really doing any real damage though. I gotta grab that freaking crossbow or I'm gonna be dead. Let's drop the stupid freaking gems that you gotta make sure you're holding the right stuff before you go into combat, or your hands are free if you want to do any wrestling. I'm gonna grab for his crossbow because he's gonna shoot me and kill me one of these turns. You just gotta scroll and find it. No, hang on. I meant wrestle. Grab with right hand. There's a crossbow. Alright. Now I can try to gain possession. I think I missed. You try to go for a headshot, but my iron helm deflected it. I'm still taking shots. And I'm still trying to grab this thing from him. I'm gonna die here. Dang, I'm grabbing with my leg, which I'm not able to. I should be grabbing with my hand. Why am I grabbing things with my leg? Is it because I can't grab things with my hand anymore? I think so. I've lost the ability to use my arms. Jeez. I can still punch somehow. I tried to choke him, but I punch him upper body. I'm just bruising him. I'm not really. Oh dear. I'm gonna bump attack the guy like it's not gonna spell. He just lost. He just somehow he just lost the grip of the crossbow. So that's something. Heavy punch. I miss him. Okay, just keep punching him. Punch him in the head. I'm just missing him. I'm doing bump attacks. It's becoming a fist fight right now. Like, why did you do this, though? Like, why? Why? Mister? Oh, now you want to run away, huh? How can you run? Okay. I can crawl, too. I can crawl fast, too. Okay. No, no, you started this. Don't you want to finish it? Don't you want to finish it, you butt? Heavy punch into your chest. Yeah, I bet you're having trouble breathing. I'm freaking... He's dead! I got him! I got him! Wow. Wow. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What was the cost? At what cost? Jeez, let's look at the damage. Why don't we? Cannot stand. Can barely hold things. Tired. Nauseous. Motor nerve damage. Yep. That's pretty bad. That's about as bad as it sounds, guys. Okay. I can still grab things with my right hand. I think it's one of my hands is just like disabled. I'm gonna take these gems. Now, guys, this is why I recommend sometimes bringing a crutch with you, because sometimes things like this happen. And, I don't really have a reasonable way of acquiring a crutch. Hello, big brother! Yeah. It's me, it's Ricky the Tanuki. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You came at a bad time. My character just got their butt kicked by a meanie, and now they're tired, they're nauseous, they have lost the ability to stand, they can barely pick anything up, and they got motor nerve damage, so my guy is, not doing too hot. Not doing too hot here, guy. Well, the fast travel will cure some of it, certainly, but it's not gonna be able to like fix my legs. It's not gonna fix the motor nerve damage or my ability to hold things. I did a little bit of fast travel. Okay, I can hold things, so my hand has healed. I'm still crawling everywhere. I still got motor nerve damage. See, the unfortunate thing is, guys, that we have two options right now. We got two options, well, three options. The first option is I can find myself a crutch, which are pretty rare. They are pretty rare, which is why I was thinking about taking one with me at the start of the stream. The other option is we go on a mission. We go to this this almost certain death mission that the god wants me to go to. Because there happens to be a potion that you can get when you go on holy missions. I will not survive that though. There is no way I'm gonna survive that dungeon without the ability to stand. Third option is we just start over, which is probably what we're gonna end up doing, but you know, there's always a chance that I could go to this incredibly difficult dungeon without the ability to stand and rob the boss monster of his potion that will heal my motor nerve damage. But I don't think that's very likely. What am I near? I'm near a beast cave, which I probably don't want to go near. There's a few camps nearby. I could potentially loot a crutch from there if they have a crutch. If I know it's not a terrible idea. It's not a terrible idea. You're right. You're right. It's not a terrible idea. I could maybe do that. I still gotta wrestle it off of the boss though. If I unsuccessfully wrestle it from the boss, they're just gonna drink it or something. Probably better off just restarting, to be perfectly honest. I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm gonna make a new character. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Gosh, it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, that's a good example of how fast things can go south in this game. Big brother, I'll make a better guy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. There's plenty more where that came from. Okay, so is this the one? Is this the one we were just playing? I gotta make sure this is the one we were just playing. I'm gonna delete the save and we're gonna restart, make a new character, make a new world, make a new everything, and start again. Start again. That's just the danger of not having like full coverage with armor. Because the only reason I lost that fight, I think, was because the guy shot me in the foot, and that's one of the areas where I just did not have armor. And yeah. I just instantly lost the ability to stand. Motor nerve damage is super, super bad. Because it's actually, like, in some cases, even the magic potions aren't able to repair some cases of motor nerve damage. Some cases of motor nerve damage, you can do nothing about that. There's nothing you can do. I would just start again, it's fine. Create new world! Large world. We're going to have very high civilizations and sites. Go! This is just the nature of rogue games. They are brutal experiences. You will lose many characters, just It's usually better if you don't lose them as early as that. Okay, so we're... there was definitely something wrong with the dwarf population in that world anyway. If you remember, we could only find one fortress in my guy's memory. I'm gonna make sure that the landmass is good here. We got some good mountains. This whole area is inaccessible from land. I think the rest of it might be accessible though. It all seems to be connected to the main landmass here, is what you want to see. This is a big world, jeez. This is not connected. Oh no, it's connected here. There's a gap here. I think we can do better than that. I think we can do better than that. When I'm generating a new world, I want to make sure that like 80% of the world is like traversable on foot because there's no boats in this game. So yeah. I mean, this is a... Well, I mean, technically you can do that. Technically. But, even if you are like a legendary class swimmer, I think crossing an ocean is beyond even a person like that. This one's even worse. This one's like completely fractured. We can't use this. We want one that's mostly like one landmass. I mean, there's a faster way to do it. You made a boat yesterday. It was a toy boat, but still. Oh, you mean like a model kit or something? You into model kits? I know a guy speaking to Legos. He's been, he was doing things like trying to make a 3D tic-tac-toe. And then he found that it wasn't very balanced because the person who went first would always win. So then he made a 4x4x4 version, and it plays a lot better. I wouldn't toy boat in a craft stores workshop. Oh, I see. Pause. Alright, these islands aren't accessible, but that's fine. This whole landmass is big, meaty landmass. You can access most of it. Cannot access this north place. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Not enough. I'll pour myself a Diet Coke, I think. Wow, look at that mountain. The dwarves are going to be happy with this one. I'm gonna make sure there's more dwarfs in this world when we are accepting it. I think you can travel between continents on Cavern Lair. That is true. Very true. With a few caveats. In the first case, in the best possible case, we're talking about two different dwarven fortresses that know about each other and have created an underground highway under the ocean. Yeah, I got some Diet Cola. Yeah, they will make an underground highway if they know about a dwarf on a different continent. And then you can easily access them on the ground, but that doesn't always happen. And then you get into a situation where you have to get there on foot in the caverns, which is extremely awful. I have a little bit of first-hand experience with exploring the caverns without the assistance of underground highways. It is not something that I would recommend. Sorry. I got something in my throat and I coughed a little bit. Right. Okay, so what happened with that was, there was kind of a mystery. Dang, I need to start at the beginning with this. This is something I did off stream, okay? There was a mystery where I wanted to check out my dwarven brothers, okay? And I was like going between the different fortresses. Why is there so much water in this one? It's like mostly water. This one actually might be okay. You can go around this way. And then up that way. And there's all of this to explore. All of the east to explore. To get down... You cannot get here. This island you can get from the east side. Yeah. This is good. This is good. Yeah, this one's really good. Heck yeah. Continue generating. Okay, what I was saying was, there was one fortress that was super, super weird. And the reason was, it was kind of like, I couldn't see any evidence of it. Like, okay, so the way that, fortresses work is that they have, like, a surface-facing entrance, and then they dig down from there. But they have the surface-facing entrance so they can have the trade depot, and that allows them to trade with everyone else. But I found a fortress that didn't have, like, a surface-facing entrance, and didn't have a trade depot, and didn't have anything at all in the surface. But it was on my map. So I knew it was there. And so I was thinking, like, did these guys just, like, set up underground and, like, do the whole thing in reverse and then not even bother making an entrance on the surface? Are these guys, like, fully, like, hermits? So I was, like, super, super intrigued by this. These guys did not have any neighbors, no dwarven neighbors, which means no dwarven highways underground. So, like, no other dwarves were in the mountain, next to where, you know, nowhere on that mountain was any other dwarves. You couldn't go down anywhere else on a dwarven highway and check these guys out. There was nothing near them, no one near them, and no surface entrance. Weird. Very weird. And so I was, like, compelled by this. Like, who are these guys? Who are these, like, weird dwarven hermits? And so I had to think. And I realized that I had recently claimed a kobold cave, because I found a kobold cave that was completely abandoned. A lot of places in this world were abandoned. It was kind of devoid of life, actually. And I claimed it because no one else was living there. And I realized that the kobolds had dug down into the cavern lair. And they were, like, I don't know, 7 or 8 squares over from where this underground fortress was. Right? So I thought, why don't I go down to the cavern lair from where the kobolds dug down, and then go on foot through the cavern lair, and investigate this underground fortress. You want to talk about adventure? That's an adventure, right? It was an adventure. In the end, I spent like 2 like real world days in the caverns, exploring the caverns, trying to find these guys. And that was just a few squares over, like just 8 squares over. I mean, it didn't take me that long to get there. Like during the first day, I got to the square where the fortress was. And you know the whole situation earlier when I was trying to find the Cobalt Cave? It's kind of like a needle in a haystack situation. It's a big square, but you're looking for a little hole. Well, I was in a big square, and I was looking for, like, their central staircase, like a pillar of rock that looked manufactured. Or unnatural, I should say. And, it took a long time. Warrior of Night, jeez. It took a long time to find the central staircase of this fortress, but I did. Heartbreaking thing, it was completely sealed. The entire pillar didn't have like an opening on the stairwell, so I was stuck in that cavern area, miles from the Cobalt Cave, underground, next to their central staircase. I could hear them. Guys, I had been swimming and climbing through the caverns for hours. Little goober? I mean, this guy. And at one point I heard like the clinking of like goblets and just like casual chatter. Like the tavern was like either directly beneath me or directly below me. And I found their central staircase. It had no opening. So what did I do? I went deeper. I went to the second cavern lair. And I kept going. I searched and searched for an entrance, a natural entrance into the second cavern lair. And then I looped back around to where I found the central staircase. And, would you believe it? I found the central staircase again, and there was also no opening. So I'm working my way deeper and deeper along where this central staircase is, hours at a time. And every time, just nothing there. Eventually, I got as deep as Cavern Lair 3, which is the deepest I've ever been. Where the moss is red. I don't know what lies beyond that. And I wasn't asking for anyone who might know. I wasn't asking. But I didn't want to go any further. Because I got attached to the character. I didn't want him to die. I didn't want to come across any circuses or any clowns. You know what I mean? Cotton candy? I don't care if the circuses have cotton candy. I don't want to go there. Circus means a different thing in Dwarf Fortress. But we're not going to get into that because that's spoilers. Kinesthetic sense. Spatial sense. What else do I usually take? Maybe willpower. Oh, we take endurance, definitely. We need, willpower. That's not really how I play role-playing games. I mean, you do you. There's no wrong way to play Dwarf Fortress, but it's not really how I play role-playing games, and also not how I play games that I respect. And I respect this game a lot. That's why I keep coming back to it. If I want to beat this game, I want to beat it legitimately. and I do want to beat this game. Let me be clear on that. I do want to beat this game. And it is possible to beat this game, it's just very difficult. I'm gonna do it on its terms. Let's get those dodging stats in there. Oh, yeah, gotta take the essential skills, the reader and the swimmer skills. Could probably take a little bit in fighter as well, just to get my guys set up in combat. Got 38 points left. What am I missing? We got striker, we don't got any in wrestler. Probably take a couple. Oh, shield, definitely. We want shield. Couple in wrestler. I could bump one of these up to 9. Up to level 9. I feel like I'm missing something. I'm missing a critical skill here, I think. I have more points than I usually... Oh, it's Observer! Dude, how could I forget about the most important skill in the game? I gotta free up some points for Observer. Okay. I guess I'm happy with that. I'm leaving 3 on the table, but that's fine. But anyway, I was in Lair 2, Cavern Lair 2, and I found a massive pit, huge underground cliff that I had to climb down as a natural, like, massive feature in the earth that I had to climb down to get to Cavern Lair 3. There was magma as well. It was scary. But in the end, I had to come back because the clowns in the circus. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of the clowns in the circus. I still feels like I might have missed something. I don't think so. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Okay. We're good. We good. We good. But yeah, I had to turn back. I had to turn back. I met a Gorlak friend. That was pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. But that's about it. I made it back to the surface, and I was at a loss. I went on this grand adventure, and these hermit guys were just completely impenetrable. No surface entrance, no entrance on the Cavern Lair 1 or Cavern Lair 2. I couldn't find anything on Cavern Lair 3, so I got the heck out of there. All in, I was down there for 2 real-world days. And I just went to a nearby village. The village that was nearest to, you know, where this hermit fortress is supposed to be. And I asked one of them, who do you trade with? And they happened to mention the name of that hermit fortress. Like, how do you trade with them? Can you give me directions? And well, she did. I followed her, and she dropped me off at the surface entrance of the fortress, which definitely exists, but for some reason wasn't visible on my fast travel map. So, yeah. That one hurt. That one hurt quite a lot. What a massive waste of time. I nearly drowned twice when I was down there, and this is like a legendary character. I didn't want to lose that character. But yeah, the whole time, it was not a special fortress or a hermit fortress. It is what it is. I think we just strip most of the needs from this and then put merriment on it. Obviously, we get rid of family and friends, because that's impossible. Craftsmanship, I don't even know if you can do that, because that might involve crafts workshop, so that's probably unimplemented. Unless it's like making crafts, literally. I don't know which it is. Art, not really something that you can encounter very frequently. I think art is in the green section, isn't it? Yeah, here it is. Let's zero that out, and we'll take make merry, and we will put it up, so that becomes a moderate need. He just wants to sing a song and tell a story. That's all he wants. It's kind of a liability to not have some kind of armor on your hands and your feet. I'm realizing I'm probably right to prioritize the head and the torso, but it might be a mistake not to have protection on my extremities. My digits. My toesies. My fingies. I get that shield on. Get the essentials. The iron mail. Alright, we got budget for one more piece of armor. That would be a helm. If you want to have a very brief adventure in adventure mode, don't bring a helm. You'll get shot in the head in one shot. Alright, we gotta grab the absolutely essential quiver for drinking. And we got 40 points remaining. Maybe we don't bring a gem this time and we just bring sensible things. Like maybe a pair of gloves and a crutch if we happen to lose the ability to stand. Alright, let's bring a crutch in case of emergencies. Sorry, that was a big gross burp. Alright. Let's see. What kind of, shoes and gloves can I get for only 30 points remaining? Horse hair leather. I mean, that's pretty cheap. That's a pretty good deal. Get some leather gloves going on. With matching shoes, I guess. I guess we can afford socks too. Llama wool socks. Sounds cozy. Alright. That's good. That's good. Black pear. Looks blue to me. Okay. Alright, we good to go! Adventure number 2. Let's do it. Hopefully it goes a little bit better this time. Yay! You finally got your equipment together. Such as it is. Now it's time for action and adventure. In a rush of excitement, you've forgotten where you were going to go. A foolhardy soul might try to rescue the children that have been kidnapped. Perhaps some of your friends here have ideas. The Before you begin your travels, we'll familiarize you. Yep, blah, 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 blah. Looks like we got a lead already. So what's this about kidnapping? Human Baroness, is that who I answer to? Once I made a tiny dwarf fortress and outfitted it with weapons, clothes, and armor, built a well. Yeah, 100%. That's a very cool way to play the game as well. I don't think I answer to this person. Oh no, I do. Request duty or advice. You must kill the Hydra. Ow. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like Hydra, you know, I don't think honestly, I don't think it'd be very fair to the Hydra. Like that's not a fair fight for the Hydra. I kick its butt too bad. Any smaller fish I can pursue here? A beast from the wilds has been harassing our people. Take this place if you hunt. Guild frightened the giant black bear. I mean, that's a little bit less deadly than a little bit less deadly than a Hydra. It's got less teeth. The merged gutters is in the Ashen Forest. Okay. Can we get any more specific directions? The merged gutters? Okay, tell me about the merged gutters then. I mean, I guess I can look out my log, can't I? If I want to get killed by a bear. Totems made out of Hydra heads are awesome. Each head is numbered 1 to 7. Whoa. Merged gutters contains infamous black bear. I'll just write that down just in case I feel like being a snack later today. I hope this guy has better stamina than the last one. The last guy's stamina was freaking busted. In a bad way. Go up the ramp. What is this big building? Is this the church? It must be the church. They're freaking huge. Like to my left, is that a feels like a building? Yeah. It's detailed shell wall. A well-designed image of chains. A superiorly designed image of Cad Seer Poet, the human and other humans. He is surrounded by humans. The artwork relates to the election of him to the position of first urn of the Order of Fate. So whoever that is probably the guy that I'm gonna be reporting to. The first urn. Another fancy title for a priest. We might have to climb this. Let me put away my shield so I can climb. There is nothing to hold here. I guess it's because it's hard to climb smooth detailed walls. I don't know what kind of guy this is. He could be a total loser. I drink the water. Let's get some more for later. Okay, let's fill the quiver up. Kill the first turn! Yeah! That's more like it. Or maybe we go punch dingoes for a while until we're stronger. Legitimately, what I did to make my other character so strong in my off-stream playthrough, which is still ongoing, he still hasn't died yet. That's where I did the whole cavern thing. Is by punching horses. I trained with horses for like hours to become stronger. But that was after punching a whole bunch of dogs. So there was a bit of a progression there. I trained with those horses until I was a legendary striker. And I've been kicking butt ever since with my other unarmed character. So the elf axeman just greeted me, but I don't care. Goodbye. I'm going to say hi to this holy leader guy. The last couple of years, I've been noticing people punching horses in movies a lot. Really? That's a thing? I felt really bad about it when I was doing it. Horses are pretty cool. Retrieve the cosmic crystal from mine somewhere for the Order of Fate. Now, that's not something I have to take note of because it's going to be listed in my log because it's part of, like, the main quest for chosen characters, so... Yeah, we good. This guy is, like, a fair bit stronger than the last guy. The reason I can tell that is because the previous guy had, like, a double-digit, like, encumbrance level. Whereas this guy has, like, 105 encumbrance. So he's already stronger than the last dude. What are you guys doing? You guys look suspicious to me. Oh, I'm crutch walking. Let me put the crutch away. What the heck? I never seen any stuff like that. That sounds awful. And I say that sounds awful as I'm about to punch some dogs. But here we go. It's gray skinny dog. Yeah, unfortunately this is how you get good at combat. A little bit of grinding on defenseless animals. For experience. Okay, I probably want to reposition. Sometimes your odds of hitting them are so bad that you just want to just scoot over a bit and then try again. There we go. That's a better angle. Started watching for it. Every time I saw a horse, I wonder if someone would punch it. What the heck? I ain't never seen anything like that. Maybe once. I'm trying to think of the last time I saw a horse get hurt in a film, but it's not something I've... Dude, I don't know. I think there's a lot of movies where animals get hurt because people just don't want to watch it, you know what I mean? Let me see if I can get a heavy punch on this dog here. Oh, it's sick. Okay, that's good. Hey, I realize that I'm denouncing animal cruelty while I'm engaging in animal cruelty, but it's a video game, okay? Relax, it's fine. I'm gonna punch it in its upper body so it has trouble breathing. All the movies had it too. A little. Blazing Saddles had a funny one. Conan the Barbarian punched a camel. I mean, that does sound like a typical activity for Conan, though. I don't know if I can hit this guy. Right now, he's running away from me. Let me try again here. I'm gonna hit him in the chest again. Heavy strike. The guy slowed down a bit because of nausea. Should have just punched an old lady. Would it? No! Big brother! What a thing to say. You know, when I first played this game, I used to beat up sleeping kobolds in their sleep. Like fish in a barrel. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, this guy's dead. This guy is good as dead. He's not even defending himself. Oh, I just grabbed him. I just grabbed him. I'm wrestling the dog. I did a bump attack on him. The dog misses me. Okay, let's get my shield out. See, what I did there is I was using bump attacks. If you're pretty sure you're gonna win, you can just move directly into what you're fighting, and it will automatically hit the thing. I'm gonna bite the dog. I latch on firmly. Nice. The dog is trying to hit me. You can see because of the red arrow. I'm gonna block it with my shield. That's why you bring a shield, guys. You can block it with your free hand. Okay, so the dog should be recovering from striking me. I'm gonna either hit it with my shield or I'm gonna smack it in the face with my shield. Alright, bruising the muscle, bruising the liver. It's gonna take a while before my punches are particularly strong, but we gotta train our punches. The stray skinny dog is having trouble breathing. That's what we would like to see. Wrestle using my upper front teeth. I'm gonna shake the dog from side to side in my teeth. Like a wild animal. My guy is feral. The dog keeps missing me. That's the observer and dodger stat at work there. Makes you very, very hard to hit. And the shield helps too, obviously. Okay. Time to... I mean, we don't need to butcher right now. We can kill these other two before we do any butchering. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go for hitting him in the head with the shield. Oh my god! You strike this stray dog in the head from behind with your iron shield and it's crushed. I crushed his head in one shot. Jeez. This dude really is stronger than my last guy. What the heck? Okay. Let's go for lower body this time. Heavy attack with a punch. Okay. Now, let's jump on him. He missed it. Okay, I missed him. I'm gonna do a dodge to the northeast. Then I'm going to do a charging attack. Push him over with my shield. Smack him down. Tumbles backwards. Okay. The dude is regaining balance. Go for the upper body strike. Heavy attack while he's trying to get up. Pow. Dead. Ah. Wow. Now that's proper kiss that door dwarf martial arts right there. Okay. Now we can butcher them. Okay, R to remove. Let's get the knife out. Get the meat, get the bones as well. Yeah, dude, like, yeah, I am. What about it? It's a video game, okay? Listen, I gotta do what I gotta do to make my dwarf strong. I got butchered myself by that freaking, stupid human. I gotta be strong the next time I fight something that's a worthy opponent. Gotta understand that, like, this is like a medieval era game. It's a brutal time. Sucks for the dog, but it sucks for me too. It's survival of the fittest guy. That's it. If it's not me doing it, if it's not me, he's just gonna be like snack food for a dragon or something, or get stepped on by a bronze colossus. This is the time it is to be alive, big brother. If it's not me, it's something else. And that's what it is. I am like heavily encumbered right now, but my dude isn't like useless like the last guy. He actually can still function without like collapsing from exhaustion. Like, what was the deal with the other dude? Like, honestly, I'm carrying a lot of stuff. I should probably sell some of it. If I could find someone that cuts gems, that would be ideal. Nah, no such luck, I think. General imports, they might have some interesting stuff, I don't know. Or I could go into the castle and try to barter for military equipment. That's something I could do. I think in any case, I should probably carve these bones. Alright. Remove. What do I have in my hands right now? Get the knife out. Get the bones out. I'm gonna do the macro for carving bones. I just very quickly get all these bones carved into beautiful bone rings, and then go to the military and sell them all. Hopefully there's at least one guy that has like steel gear in there or something. Oh, we're out of that particular kind of bones. Let's get these bones out and resume the macro. Takes much, much longer if you're trying to do this manually. Probably one of the first macros you want to set up is one for carving something out of bone that isn't a figure, because figures are a little bit trickier. One of the few things in this game that requires mouse input for some reason. I don't know why there are still things in this game that require mouse input. I think everything you should be able to do it with keyboard. If you want to. Oh my god. Are you serious? Look at all this wooden equipment. Makes me sick. This is an elf fortress. They're all using wooden gear. This town sucks. Dude, this town sucks. Seriously, like, they've got a wooden military with elves, and there's no gem cutting. Garbage. What do they sell in their tavern, huh? But they don't even have chocolate milk. I don't even think they have a tavern. What do you mean? They're planning it out for all keyboard controls? Yeah, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that I do kind of expect that. A whole lot of people have been asking for that. A whole lot of people have been asking for the return of the keyboard cursor as well. Like, they've been asking for the keyboard cursor for, I don't know, as long as the Steam version has been a thing. We do kind of have like the keyboard cursor with the you know, the look command, because that's kind of like a keyboard cursor, but you know what I mean. You're just happier they're taking care of the bigger bugs. I'm just curious about where this road is going. Hope it's not on a wild goose chase. Oh, dude, this isn't a great situation. I just wanted to trade away my stuff, but the only castle town I go to is... Okay, I might need to find some dwarves. I ain't gotta find someone that can afford what I'm selling. Why exactly is there a grand total of 0 fortresses near me? Pardon? Dude, I cannot find the dwarves in these worlds. I mean, the quick way to find dwarves is to look for mountains, and the mountains are over here. There's also mountains over here. It's not a great situation. I'm over encumbered, and I'm not really willing to drop all this stuff because it's valuable. So my guy is gonna be freaking exhausted, and for good reason. Oh, he's actually like mildly encumbered now, which isn't so bad. It's only like 50 over. That's probably because I carved all the bones into like tiny little bone rings, I suppose. Ah, dude, it's a cold climate, so I have to melt the ice whenever I want to take a drink. It's a little obnoxious, but it is what it is. It's one of these things you gotta get used to. If you're in a cold area, your water gets frozen over quite a lot. Can you build your own little house? Pre-Steam we could. Not yet. I'm looking forward to that as well. They said it's the Myth and Magic update that's coming. I think that's focused on Fortress mode and Adventure mode. And then they said the next thing after that is they wanted to do site building, I think they call it, right? At the moment, you can successfully claim a site, but you can't alter it and you can't make your own. There's no terraforming, there's no building. I don't know if there's ever going to be... I don't know if there's ever going to be, like, using a pickaxe to dig. I want to see that, honestly. It might break some things, but it's kind of necessary for the sake of even, like, immersion. It doesn't make sense, the fact that you can't, um, use a pickaxe. You're a freaking dwarf. You know what I mean? Like when I was talking about that anecdote where I was deep in the caverns and I found that central staircase for the Dwarf Fortress. I should have been able to, if I had a pickaxe, just smash that wall and went for a drink with my dwarven buddies, my brothers, but I couldn't do that because nope, you can't use a pickaxe in Dwarf Fortress. But I don't know if that one's in the roadmap. I don't think I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that. We used to be able to make axes and cut down trees. You can still do that. You can still cut down trees. Probably, yeah. Probably, yeah. We'll be able to do that too someday. I wouldn't exactly call this a mountain range, would you? It's barely anything. That's a castle we started at, except it's a stinky elf castle. Why do I, like, know nothing? My character is dumb. Maybe I should gather more intelligence. We had carpenter's workshops. We could make barrels and buckets. That was useful. I've read somewhere that you can do things like make a crutch potentially if you cut down some wood and bring it to a carpenter's workshop inside like a dwarf fortress. So you can do that, I guess. I heard anyway. I'm gonna gather some information because apparently my dwarf knows nothing about this world. There's very few sites that he actually knows about. Where are all the houses? All I see is snow. Oh, there we are. Before we could build our own workshop in our house, like on the original Dwarf Fortress. Did you like play the ASCII version or did you like use tile sets? Like Space Fox, use Space Fox tile set. I'm not gonna kill them, big brother. I'm gonna get information from them. Um, any troubles? We got beasts. Okay, tell me about the beasts. The Swamp Titan. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that one. No Mega Beast right now. How about you tell me about the site's neighbors? People of Spike Ices go to Seagrowth to trade. There are 11 other villages. Seagrowth, what is that? Uh-huh. I don't know where that is. You gotta tell me where that is, guy. Where is that? Tell me where Seagrowth is. I played ASCII when I first started over a decade ago. Those tile sets were wonderful. Half a day's travel to the north. Half a day's travel, okay. I mean, that's something. I don't know the nature of Seagrowths. He says he does trading with it, so potentially they would have like their own markets and stuff. So I guess we're going there now. Make a campfire. I'm doing a little bit of a dance here, so I probably gotta go somewhere for a sec. But I'm gonna have a drink in the game first, though. Okay, BRB. Seagrove then. Someplace to the north. So he did say that he does trading with them, so they must have some kind of markets. Which is good, because I got a lot of junk that I gotta freaking get fence to someone. Well, not fence, because I didn't steal it. I don't know, it's like stealing the bones out of a dog skeleton. Is that considered stealing? Maybe. There's probably a worse crime that happened before I stole the bones, to be honest. And half of these travel to the north. Is it freaking elves? Oh my god. The elves aren't gonna... The elves are like... Aren't they vegans? They're not gonna appreciate my dog bone carving rings. Jeez. Why is there so many elves in this freaking world? I'm gonna learn more about this world. I'm gonna learn that there's more to this place than elves. Otherwise, my guy's gonna lose his mind. Tell me about this area. Are you asleep? I think he might be. Yeah, he's asleep. Ah, dude. Ah, that's okay. Hmm. Guess I'm sleeping rough tonight. Alright, here goes nothing. Make campfire. Oh, that's actually not freezing again. Alright. What do we got up here? Whole bunch of houses, but not a lot of castle towns or dwarves. There's mountains over here. Dwarves over there. That's certainly progress. Let's go say hi to the dwarves. Because maybe there's a Dwarf Fortress in there. Just maybe. See, these sort of areas that are nearby the mountains, like the edge of the mountains, that can be a good place to find them. I think we're good for now. I think we're good for now. Jeez, this game really makes the time fly by. It's been 4.5 hours. Been a little bit of a non-starter, but that's okay. It's okay. We'll I managed to get the tutorial stuff out, so that's the main thing. And I guess next time we'll either do Xenoblade or we'll do more of this, and hopefully we have a bit more of getting something started, getting a lead and getting going. But yeah, that's gonna do it for tonight. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for enjoying yourself while you're here, and have a lovely evening. Bye, guys. Bye, big brother. Love you.